Let's bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord Jesus, as we enter this strange hall, we bring your presence with us. We speak your peace, your grace, and your perfect order into the atmosphere of this room. We acknowledge your lordship over all that will be spoken, taught, decided, and accomplished within this day. Lord Jesus, we thank you for the gifts you have given to each one of us. We do not take them lightly, but we commit in using them responsibly and well. Give us fresh supply of truth and beauty to which we draw our strength in doing our job. Anoint our creativity, our ideas, and our energy, so that even our smallest tasks may bring our honor. Lord, when we're confused, guide us. When we're worried, energize us. Lord, when we're burned out, infuse us with the light of your Holy Spirit. May the work that we do and the way that we do bring hope, life, and courage to all that we come into contact with. And Lord, even this day, most stressful moments, may we find rest in you. In your strong and powerful name, we pray. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of free webinar on transfer pricing updates. I would like to call on registered participants for today. We have Rada Maria Floresa from Ginobatan, Albay, Salvamanti Jenibeth, Sampaloc, Manila, Kakayan Christian Brian, San Carlos, Pangasinan, Yao Lilian, Tondo, Manila, Formoso Alessandro Rey, Antipolo City, Mancho Claudine, Caloocan City, Abad Annabel, Nueva Ecija, San Antonio, Nueva Ecija, Fabia Gwyneth Amor, Agoo, La Union, Labian Sheila, Amparo Subdivision, Caloocan City, Rosales Noke, Mapandan, Pangasinan, Ramirez Leia, Mayamot, Antipolo City. Excuse me. Jucades Ryan, Pavia, Iloilo. Fernandez Jerica May, Dagupan, Pangasinan. Ramirez Leia, ba't dalawa? Dagupan, Pangasinan. De La Peña Stephanie, Caloocan City. Marquez Lindsay, Quezon City. Bonus Marivic, Quezon City. Delgado Chante, Caloocan City. Villoser Nadine, Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Monterola Rizel, Mabini, Pangasinan. Montañano Cyrus Denver, Nagcarlan, Laguna. Ocal Samantha, Aguilar, Pangasinan. Reyes Maria Rosalie, San Mateo, Rizal. Latori Mary Grace, Santa Barbara, Pangasinan. Vidal Alejandro, Dagupan City. Coino Adelfa, Pardo, Cebu City. Cabillan Rhea Christi, Puerto Princesa. We have Araos Mary Jane, San Jacinto, Pangasinan. Principe Julian, Tatalon, Quezon City. Sarmiento John, Ilagan, Isabela. De La Paz Josette, Las Piñas City. Kapua May Jane, Salisay, Dagupan City. Castillo Regina Grace, Pangasinan. Galietes Ayesa, Alcala, Pangasinan. Orca Bernadette, Angono, Rizal. Agacid Angelos, Cavite City. Cavite lang nakalagay. Alesda Charlene, Mandawi City. Di Guzman Femi, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Loyodan Ethel Joy, Kalusugan, Quezon City. Boloy Jennifer, Santa Barbara, Pangasinan. Mandabi Maria Aliena, Quezon City. Soyo Rojin, Sultan Kudarat. Gisalan Darin Joy, Navota City. Ibalan Leslie, Rojas, Quezon City. Rafanan Jan Henry? Henry ba to? Henry. Pangasinan. Lalong Isip Loida, Manila. Santiago Allen, Ilagan Isabela. Sobarjaga, Chuchi, Cagayan de Oro City. Di Guzman, Jeya, Dagupan, Joaquin Lali Rain, Makati City, Padilla Raymark, Aurora, Malaw, Christine Ana, Baguio City. Okay. So those are our registered participants for this morning. So good morning po sa lahat ng viewers natin. Ilan yung viewers natin, Hari? Okay, so right now we have 49 viewers. Good morning po sa lahat, no? And our topics for this morning is the revised guidance on the application of the transactional profit split method. This was revised in 2018. So if you read the 2017 transfer pricing guidelines, it was already revised in 2018. Okay, so because the latest na transfer pricing guidelines natin is the 2017. But for the profit split method, it was already revised, and this is the revision. Okay. So before we discuss on the transactional profit split method, reviewin muna natin kung ano yung mga transfer pricing methods that we have studied. So in the basic transfer pricing that we have, principle of basic transfer pricing, we have discussed there the five transfer pricing methods as introduced by the OECD. And those are the comparable and controlled price method, we have the resale price method, the cost plus method, the transactional net margin method, and this one, the profit split method. For the transfer pricing guidelines is here in the Philippines, it was patterned by the drafter of that guidelines from the OECD transfer pricing guidelines. But if you try to look at the Ramo 1-2019, which is the transfer pricing audit guidelines here in the Philippines also, it speaks there of the sixth method, and that is the other methods. But the OECD speaks only of five methods. And the fifth method is this profit split method, transactional profit split method. For if you are making a transfer pricing analysis, then the requirement there is you have to prove that the pricing of goods and services of your client is or conforms with the transfer arm's length principle. And in order to do that, you have to compare the transactions of your client with that of the independent transactions. And in comparing, you have to use the different methods. So you have to apply these five methods in making a transfer pricing analysis. The revenue regulations 2-2013, the transfer pricing guideline here in the Philippines requires that you use the best method. No? So the best method rule. So you are required to apply all the methods in your work and then recommend the best method. No? So or we have the best method rule. Okay. So you have to apply all the methods and then recommend the best method. Why is it that it is the best method that you recommend under the circumstances? And here we are going to study about the transactional profit split method and how this method is applied and when it is being applied and chosen as the best method. Okay. So, as we know, the purpose of applying the transfer pricing methods is to establish or to prove that your client is uh, observing the arm's length principle in dealing with its commercial and financial transactions. So here, the profit split seeks to establish arm's length outcomes or test reported outcome for controlled transactions. Why? Because it is a requirement. Why? Because the arm's length principle is a generally accepted principle. No? Pag sinabi natin na generally accepted principle, nobody can question it because it is already proven that that is uh, an acceptable principle for all. No? So to approximate the results that would have been achieved between independent enterprises engaging in a comparable transaction or transactions. So as we know, transfer pricing, the heart of transfer pricing is comparability analysis. And in doing a transfer pricing report, we cannot do away but compare. No? So in all these five methods, there are comparables. But itong transactional profit split method, sometimes no available comparable. No? So, tingnan natin how this transactional profit split method is applied when we make a transfer pricing analysis. And as we know, the purpose of making a transfer pricing analysis is to prove that the client is or abide with the arm's length principle in the pricing of goods and services. Okay. So, this is the guidance to ng OECD, no? So the method identifies the profits to be split from the controlled transactions. Why we have to split? But before we go to this discussion on the profit split, let me give you an overview of the five methods, no? So, sinasabi na nga natin the purpose of the transfer pricing analysis is to compare, no? And in comparing, we have the five methods used, and we have that comparable uncontrolled price method, the resale price method, the cost plus method, transactional net margin method, and this profit split method. So for the comparable uncontrolled price method, we compare. Why? Because sabi na nga natin, the heart of transfer pricing is comparability analysis. So, anong purpose natin? Why we compare? We compare the related party transactions with that of the independent party transactions because the independent party transactions are the true transactions. Why? Because it has only the market forces that influence the pricing of its goods and services. So while the related party transactions, there are influence between the controlling party and the controlled party in making decisions in the pricing of goods and services. That's why yung pinaka-benchmark natin in the pricing of goods and services is that of the independent party transactions. So how do we do it? How do we compare it? We use the five methods. No? So for the comparable uncontrolled price method, we compare the price. No? So that is the best method. Why? Because price to price. But of course, the weakness of that comparable uncontrolled price method is the availability of the same product that you can compare with your product. No? Kasi usually the information is not available. No? So the next method is the resale price method. So when we say resale price method, we sell the product, no, without much improvement or value adding on the product. So you buy the product and then sold it to the related party or the third person or to the customers. So what we compare in the resale price method is the gross profit. No? So when we say gross profit, we mean sales, less cost of sales or direct cost of services. Then we have the gross profit. So we compare it. So what are the factors that influence the gross profit? We have to study them. No? So accounting standards is very important in order to determine what is the gross profit because the gross profit is the variable that we use in comparing. No? So the next method is the cost plus method. And what is the cost plus method? Same also with the resale price method, we compare the gross profit. No? And when we say compare the gross profit, then we have to study what influenced the gross profit. No? And then the next is the transactional net margin method. In the transactional net margin method, we compare the net margin or the net income. No? Uh, so in this case, the transactional net margin method, before you can reach the net margin or the net income, there are so many factors that influence, no? From the sales, less cost of sales or direct cost of services, equals gross profit, less operating expenses. But of course, those extraordinary um, happenings or extraordinary expenses and income are not uh, being included, no, when you compute for the net margin for comparability analysis. Di kasama yung mga extraordinary. That's why in some cases, na sinasama nila yung mga extraordinary um, transactions of the business, dinidisallow ng court. No? Just like yung goodwill, napakalaki ng goodwill. Binta sila ng benta ng corporation, carry over the goodwill, and then they amortize it for 14 years. No? Napakalaki ng goodwill. It was disallowed by the court. And it makes the company losing for how many years? No? In fact, they are gaining. Tapos nung inamortize na nila yung pagkalaki-laki ng goodwill for so many years, lost na sila. That's why it triggers a transfer pricing audit from the tax authority, and it was found out that they are amortizing goodwill. No? So it was disallowed because goodwill is not an ordinary transactions, no? At saka yung goodwill na yun, intentionally ginawa nila yun para lang uh, lumiit yung kanilang net income or they are already declaring net loss. So it was disallowed. Okay. So we have the transactional net margin method. We compare the net margin. No? So the fifth method is that of the profit split method. So we split the profit. No? And we have to study mamaya ano yung mga criteria that we have to consider in order to split the profit. No? May mga splitters dito. Iba yung ginamit nilang mga ano dito eh. Terms na pagdating dito sa revised guidance, o hindi na nila ginamit yung allocation K. Kasi dati, previously, allocation K, what is your allocation K in splitting the profits? Ngayon, ang ginamit na nila na term is splitters, no? Kung ano yung ginamit mo na factor in order to split the profit. So, the fifth is the profit split method. And sometimes, in splitting the profits, wala kang comparable. Why? Because in some cases, you cannot find any comparable in a certain transactions, especially if the industry is peculiar and especially if the transactions is it's not so common that it is only between related parties. So you cannot find comparable or independent parties in which you can make comparability analysis. So in most cases, you use the profit split, no? Splitting the profit between the related parties. So how are you going to apply this profit split method? So first, identify the profit to be split, no, from the control transactions. Kasi sino ba yung participants? Sino ba yung mga members of the group na kumikita? No? Example, kasi hindi natin maintindihan to, we're just talking about profit split, but we cannot understand what is happening if we don't give examples. Although, if you try to look at our slides, napakarami niya, no? 169 pages. But for your readings yan, pag binigyan ko kayo ng example, then you have already the overview or the bird's eye view of what is a profit split. And then, i-augment nyo pa yung readings nyo, then you will really understand. No? Okay. So, ano daw yung mga identify natin in order that we can split the profit. No? This is what happened during my time na nag-audit ako. I was thinking, why is it that a certain company is always reporting loss? No? So, since ako yung nag-audit, I talked to the accountant. Sabi ko, why is it na for so many years, you continue your business even if you are losing? No? Sabi niya, ma'am, kasi ano lang kami, BPO kami dito, sabi niya. And we don't have income here, that's why losing kami na losing. Because what is being done is that whatever expenses that we have here in the Philippines is just reimbursed by our head office. No? So in short, if you try to analyze their operation, they are not making business, no? Kaya wala silang profit. Why? Because they are just doing services, no? So, ano yun? The operation is highly integrated. Nandoon sa head office yung business, nandoon yung clients, nandoon yung sales. So, definitely, yung company dito sa Philippines keep on losing. Why? So, wala naman talaga siyang income, only expenses. And that expenses is just being reimbursed by the uh, parent company, and that parent company is just giving them a certain markup on the reimbursed expenses. No? And usually, pare-pareho yan sila. Pag nag-reimburse sila, something like cost plus 5% plus 7%. No? So if that 5% or 7% markup on your cost, if not related parties, hindi papayag. Why? Because you can just imagine na yung 5% mo and 7% mo na markup, kakainin niya ng operating expenses mo. How about your profit? Wala ka ng profit. That's why you report to the BR always losing. No? So, anong ginawa ko? Anong ginawa ko? Because I really have to uh, uh, think na sabi ko, hindi pwede to. No? So, net loss talaga siya because walang, ano. So, nung dumating na itong transfer pricing, so it was only then na hindi pwede na net loss siya. Why? Because the company here in the Philippines, as a service provider of the parent company, should have a share of the profit of the parent company based on its contribution. No? Kaya dito papasok yung profit split. No? So how does this profit split work? No? So you have to identify the profit to be split and then the relevant profits and then split them between the group, no? Sa mga participant of the company or who are those companies who participated in the generation of the income. Kasi kagaya sa Pilipinas, you are just making services to your parent company. So naturally, the profit that your parent company earned, dapat may share yung company dito sa Philippines. No? Okay. So in the case with all transfer pricing method, the aim is to ensure that profits of the associated enterprises are aligned with the value of their contribution. So ito na yung bago na sinasabi nila na revision on the guidance. So anong sinasabi niya dito? The profits of the enterprise are aligned with the value of their contributions. Yun ang arm's length. Why? Kasi the remuneration or the compensation that you are going to receive from the other participants should commensurate with your participation in the business. No? So kaya nga sabi niya dito, with the value of their contributions and the compensation which would have been agreed in comparable transactions. Kasi, pag sinabi mo kung agreed between comparable transactions, yun na yung independent transactions. Why? Kasi, kung sundin mo lang yung agreement between parties, of course, may undue influence yung uh, controlling parties with that of the controlled parties. No? Yung controlling parties has always the decision, has always the say. At ano naman yung ginagawa ng controlled corporation? Ano lang yan, baw lang yan ng baw. Kahit anong sasabihin ng parent company, sunod ka lang ng sunod. Otherwise, i-abolish ka. No? At saka ano pa, yung mga empleyado dyan, controlled din. Why? Because they're just being hired by the parent company. No? So, ito na yung bagong guideline based on the value of their contribution, which is very fair, di ba? What is your contribution to the overall transactions? Dapat properly compensated ka. No? So, transactional profit split method is useful when the compensation to the associated enterprises can be more reliably valued by reference to the relative shares of the contribution to the profits arising in relation to the transactions than by a more direct estimation of the value of those contributions. Ang problema mo lang dito, no, halimbawa ikaw yung tax authority and you are doing a transfer pricing audit and you use this profit split method. Anong problema mo dito? The availability of the information of the other players or the other participants of the group. Hindi naman nila ibibigay yan sa iyo. Especially if the whole group is operating in different parts of the world. The availability of that information. But because of the exchange of information, which is embodied in our tax treaty and concluded also in different conventions because of the transparency requirements, no, and the exchange of information, then if information for tax purposes is needed by a certain country, then you can always make request from other countries in order that they will provide the information. But of course, it will take time. And ano yung constraint doon? Since it will take time, yung case mo, magpe-prescribe na. 3 years lang yung prescription natin. So, time constraint, no, ang magiging handicap nitong ano na to, yung profit split method. Because you cannot use this profit split method without the other information coming from the group, no, as a whole. So references to profits in this section should generally be taken as applying equally to losses. Siyempre, kung yung ginagamit mo na information is the profit, siyempre, kasama na yung losses. And you will be amazed that sometimes yung losses, hindi pala talaga losses yan. No? That is just an artificial loss because may mga dinagdag sila na prices na hindi naman dapat. No? So you always have to consider also the losses. Kaya nga, ang sabi ng OECD, when you try to look at the companies na isa subject mo sa transfer pricing audit, do not abandon those companies na losing. Kasi hindi ibig sabihin na losing sila, hindi mo na sila i-subject to the transfer pricing audit because sometimes the loss is artificial. No? Why artificial? Hindi naman talaga loss. No? So where transactional profit split method is determined to be the most appropriate method, it should generally also apply in the same way, no? Whether the transaction results in relevant profit or loss. Asymmetrical splits of profits and losses where the parties apply different consideration might be arm's length but should be used with caution and appropriately documented. So, in transfer pricing, documentation is very important. And ito yung area in transfer pricing na talagang tinututukan ng lahat, no? Sa documentation. Even the transfer pricing analysis report is part of the documentation. No? Mandatory po yan. Kaya ang daming companies na nagpapagawa ng transfer pricing analysis. Now, for those na mga accountants, this is another avenue of services that you can offer. I-master ninyo ang transfer pricing and then you make a transfer pricing analysis report sa ibang bansa that is very costly. That is very expensive. Pero ako, since ang tinatanggap ko lang naman is local, hindi ako kumukuha ng mga malalaki yung scope na may mga halimbawa Asia Pacific or whole world, no? Kasi pagka ganyan na, milyon na yan, and then you have to buy the information from the commercial databases, which is also expensive. Hindi na ako yung kumukuha ng mga ganyang uh, services. No, yung kinukuha ko lang yung local at saka yung dito lang so that hindi siya masyadong mahal, and I'm charging 150,000 and above, no, depende sa laki din ng company, no. Pero yung lowest ko talaga is 150,000. Yung mga pinakasimple lang. Pagka mga malalaki na 350, 700, no. Yun yung singilan. Pero sa iba mas mahal, no, mas mahal. Pinakamaliit nila is 750,000 for one transfer pricing analysis report. No? So, anong sabi dito? It should be used with caution and appropriately documented. Why? Because when you make a transfer pricing analysis report and you use this profit split methods or any other method, then if the case, no, during the transfer pricing audit, if the case will reaches the court, ikaw na gumawa ng transfer pricing analysis will be summoned by the court, and then you have to explain ng work mo. No? Kaya yung iba tawad ng tawad, akala nila ang daling gawin. Sabi ko, there is a risk in doing this transfer pricing analysis. Why? Because if the tax authority will use this and will question you and your case will resist the court, isusumon yung gumawa. No? Kaya hindi yan nagtatapos na natapos mo yung transfer pricing analysis report mo, you submit to your client, tapos na. Hindi pa yan. Hintayin mo pa na ma-audit siya, at pag na-clearance niya siya, saka ka lang makahinga. Why? Because during the audit, itatawagin ka. No? Una-una, tawagin ka ng examiner. Explain. Tapos, pagka may mga findings na sila, and may assessment na, and then magdi-dispute yung client, then it will reach the court, tatawagin ka ulit. No? So, there are transfer pricing cases na kahit sa mga industrialized na bansa, no? It took them more than 10 years to resolve the case. No? So, gaano katagal yan? Okay. So, when is transactional profit split method likely to be the most appropriate method? So, kailan siya maging most appropriate method? Because the requirement when you make transfer pricing analysis, ano sabi natin? You apply all the method and then recommend the best method. No? So, ang term ng OECD is most appropriate method or MAM. No? Kahit sa India, yun ang tawag nila. Sa atin kasi is best method rule. No? So, most appropriate method, kailan ang profit split maging most appropriate na hindi natin gamitin yung ibang methods, but we will recommend the profit split method. No? Okay. So, ano ba yung aim ng transfer pricing method? You have to find the most appropriate method na applicable sa case mo. No? So, you have to take into account the strength and weaknesses of its method. If you want to learn more about the strength and weaknesses of the method, you try to read the transfer pricing guideline, no? Yung 2017. We have the OECD transfer pricing guideline. We also have the 2017 United Nations Manual on Transfer Pricing. No? So, meron din sila doon. Pero, yung strength and weaknesses, dito siya ini-explain dito sa OECD, no, na transfer pricing guideline. So, you have to take into account the strength and the weaknesses of its method. Delineated control transaction. Ito yung mga i-consider mo, ha. Ano ba yung mga control transactions delineated? And then, the availability of reliable information. Kasi, kahit anong ganda ng gawa mo, kung wala ka namang available na reliable information, then useless yung study mo. In particular, on uncontrolled comparable. No? So, para sa akin, ang pinakamahirap na portion of making a transfer pricing analysis is to find for comparable. Si anong ganda ng gawa mo kung wala kang comparables? Wala pa rin. No? So, needed for application and the degree of comparability between the controlled and uncontrolled transactions. So, we're talking here on the degree of comparability. No? So dapat comparable talaga sila. Kasi baka partial lang na comparability. Excuse me. Hello? Po, confirm yung bank, no? Okay. Tuloy po tayo. So, how to determine na yung profit split is the most appropriate method in the circumstances, no? So, you have to identify the features of the transaction. Ano ba siya, no? So, ano-ano ba yung mga transactions na we study in transfer pricing, no? So, if you try to look at the guidance ng OECD, ano yung mga transactions na nandyan? The business restructuring, kailan ginagawa ng company yung business restructuring and what are the issues, transfer pricing issues in business restructuring, in intra-group services, the cost contribution agreement, in intangibles, no? So those are the transactions, no, relevant transactions. So, ang sabi dito, there is no prescriptive rule for establishing when particular transfer pricing method is the most appropriate method. Kaya nga, sino ang gagawa niyan? It is the transfer pricing analyst, no? Kasi, sino bang magka-question sa iyo na ito yung gusto mong method na gagamitin? Wala. During the transfer pricing audit lang, no? Yung examiner. And yung sabi ko nga, when there is dispute and it reaches the court, then yung korte, yung judge ang magtatanong sa iyo, no? So there is no requirement to undertake exhaustive analysis or testing of every method in its case. So hindi naman ganon ka extensive, no, na lahat ng method. Ako ang ginagawa ko kasi sa transfer pricing analysis, ini-explain ko na lang na this method is not applicable. Halimbawa, comparable and controlled price method, the method is not applicable because we don't have the information available on the price of product being compared, no? So wala ka, lalo na you are constrained by the Data Privacy Act, no? Pag ginamit mo yung information nila, pag ginamit mo yung data nila without their knowledge, pwede ka nilang idemanda, no? So we are very careful. So anong ginagawa ko? Ini-explain ko na the comparable and controlled price method is not applied in this case because of the there is no there's no available information for the comparable product, no? So yun yung reason ko. The resale price method, explain mo rin kung bakit hindi siya gagamitin or hindi siya applicable on the circumstances. Cost plus method, ganun din. Transactional net margin method, ganun din. You have to explain, no? And then, kung you are using the profit split method, then explain mo bakit ito yung appropriate method, no? So, para mo magawa yun, you have to know all the methods, yung 5 methods. You have to know all the 5 methods and then their strengths and weaknesses, no? Okay. Okay, so strength and weaknesses of the transactional profit split method. Since this guidance is about profit split method, so yung strength and weaknesses lang din ng profit split method yung i-discuss natin. Although, if you read the transfer pricing guidelines, lahat ng method doon na may naka-explain po na strength and weaknesses. No? That's why when you make your study on the transfer pricing analysis, doon na kayo kumuha ng explanations. No? Kasi hindi ka naman pwedeng lalayo sa guidelines. No? Eh yung sabi nila, ma'am, binabasa mo lang yung guidelines. Siyempre, hindi naman ako pwedeng gumawa ng sarili kong guidelines. No? Sino ba ako para gumawa ng sarili kong guidelines? And then, pag sinabi mong guidance, word for word yan. You cannot interpret it with your own words. No? Kaya, okay lang yun. No? So the main strength of the transactional profit split method is that it can offer a solution for cases where both parties make unique and valuable contribution. So, iba-iba ang contribution ng participants of the group. No? Kaya, very appropriate ang profit split method. No? Kasi, iba-iba yung kanilang contribution. So, ano dapat? Profit split. No? And valuable intangibles, and especially if may intangibles involved na. No? So, pag nakita ninyo, gumagawa kayo ng analysis at meron ng intangibles involved, it can only be profit split or transactional net margin yung method na gamitin nyo. Kasi yung cost plus, pang services lang yun. Yung resale price, pang bumili ka ng goods, binenta mo, yun lang yun. Yung comparable and controlled price method, price lang yun. So, characteristic lang ng product. Yun yung factor that influence the price. Pero pagka mayroon ng mga intangibles involved, ang gamitin mo, transactional net margin lang, tsaka profit split. No? Do not use yung iba, cost plus method. Ang hirap nung iba, pinipilit pa nila, may mga valuables, intangibles na sila na involved. Tapos, ang ginagamit pa, cost plus method. No? So, hindi po yan justifiable and that can be questioned. Yun lang, when you make your transfer pricing analysis, yung client ang nasusunod. No? Hindi yung analyst. Kaya sabi ko, paano naman to pag tinawag ka sa court? No? So, what I did is, I show it in my recommendation. No? Kasi yung recommendation, hindi nila pwedeng baguhin yun ng kliyente. Okay. Yun ang constant mo eh. You are the consultant, you are the analyst. Tapos questionin ka nung client mo. And then, you make recommendations, hindi nila susundin. So, what happened to your work? Wala. No? So, anong gagawin mo? Basta lagay mo doon sa recommendations. O, paano nag-audit ka rin ng financial statement yan eh. Na even if yung result ng audit mo, hindi katanggap-tanggap doon sa client mo, ito yung result mo eh, no? Hindi nga naman pwedeng mag-deviate doon sa findings mo. No? Okay. Yun yung nakikita ko, no? And there are some clients na, ito na may mga explanations ka, may mga findings ka. They want to strike it out from your report, no? So, kung ikaw yun, anong gagawin mo? Papayag ka na lang na yung mga findings mo tatanggalin o kaya yung trabaho mo, sila yung nasusunod, no? Ano din yan eh, yung a matter of conviction mo rin yan sa sarili mo eh, no? Susundin mo ba sila o ikaw yung masusunod? Pag sinunod mo yung sarili mo, ubos kliyente mo, wala ka na kliyente. So, yan ang constraint. Pag sila naman yung sundin mo, paano naman yung trabaho mo? No? So, siguro, win-win situation. Hindi ka mawalan ng kliyente. Kasi, marunong ka nga, wala ka namang kliyente. So, what happened to you? Okay. So, contributions are unique and valuable, and no reliable comparables information could be used to price the entirety of the transaction. Ito yung situation that merit the application of profit split. So, in a more reliable way, through the application of another method. So, allocation of profits, no? Kasi ang pinag-usapan na natin is the profit split method. it can be based on contributions made by associated enterprises. Para naman sa akin, yung contributions talaga, yun ang fair, no? Na basis to allocate the profits. Kasi yung kung ano yung pinaghirapan mo, dapat yun ang babayaran sa iyo, no? So by reference to the values of the respective functions, assets and risks. Alam nyo yung pinag-usapan natin kahapon on the permanent establishments, no? Yung no, a way of review ha, dapat kanina nag-review pa tayo as a way of integration dito sa ano natin, lecture, no? Um, 'Di ba yung sa authorized OECD approach, yung step 1 and step 2 dun sa permanent establishment, 'di ba yung step 1, analyze mo yung functions, assets and risk ng company. And then yung step 2, i-apply mo yung arm's length principle ng transfer pricing. Yun yung authorized OECD approach, no? So dito ganun din sa transactional profit split method. That's why very very important talaga yung alam nyo yung comparability factors na. So as a way of review naman, ano yung ating comparability factors? No? Doon pa lang yan sa basic principle of transfer pricing. So since sabi natin the heart of transfer pricing is comparability. So ano yung i-compare natin? As a way of review, sabi ko sa inyo, i-memorize nyo yung 5 comparability factors. Because that 5 comparability factors, i-discuss din natin yan mamaya sa financial transactions. No? Yung 2020 guidance on transfer pricing guide on financial transactions. Ando doon din yan, yung 5 comparability factors. And what are those 5 comparability factors? We have the characteristics or nature of property or services, whether tangible or intangible. We have ito yung pinaka-common at pinaka-importante talaga. No? That even if you make your transfer pricing analysis report, i-apply nyo talaga siya. No? And in most cases, hindi pwedeng hindi mo siya i-apply. The functions, assets, and risks. No? So, functions, assets, and risks, yun yung pangalawang comparability factors. And then, yung economic conditions. No? So, economic conditions, also very important. At kasama pa dyan yung geographic. No? Yung magkakaiba yung lugar. And then, we have the contractual terms. Sa mga ginagawa ko, I'm very particular of the contracts, no? At napakaraming violations po sa contract, makikita nyo. And then we have the business strategies. Yung business strategies kasi iba-iba yan. Although yung mga strategies na ginagamit ng iba, sometimes hindi rin acceptable, no? Illegal din. Just like predatory pricing. Yung predatory pricing sa economics, bawal yan. No? Okay. So, transactional profit split can provide solution for highly integrated operations in cases for which a one-sided method would not be appropriate. Ano yung mga sinasabi natin na one-sided method? Ito yung resale price method, cost plus method, and the transactional net margin method. No? Kaya nga, bakit siya one-sided? Kailangan pa niya yung tested party. No? Parang bakit one-sided lang siya? Kasi halimbawa, resale price, gamitin mo lang dyan gross profit, no? Sa cost plus gross profit din, sa net margin din. So anong i-compare mo? Parang generic lang siya, no? Kaya nga one-sided lang siya, no? Pero pagka ang comparable and controlled price method, talagang magko-compare ka ng price. Hindi pwedeng wala kang i-compare dyan. At very specific yung comparable mo dyan. No? So, dito naman sa profit split, wala kang comparable. Why? Kasi wala available. The industry is very unique, no? Very peculiar. So, wala kang i-compare. That's why yung transactional profit split method is used for highly integrated operations. Ano yung highly integrated operations? Yun yung sinasabi ko na the whole business cycle is not complete. Na chop-chop yan, para na segmentized. And there are participants along the way to complete the whole business. Kaya nga, parang fragmentized, no? So, iba-iba na chop-chop yung operation. That's why dapat bawat shop may right sila doon sa profit, no? Hindi yung isa lang ang kumukuha ng profit. Lahat yan provider lang of services, which is sa sistema talaga pwede. But for tax purposes, hindi pwede. Lalo-lalo na kung bawat participants are situated in different countries. Of course, the country or the source country where those participants are situated are very particular or interested also in their share in the whole taxation ng transactions. So, hindi pwedeng doon mo lang siya ilagay sa isa lang. And that is what is these companies are doing. No? So, ang gagawin nila sa iba't ibang bansa, outsourcing lang sila, puro services lang. Wala yung profit doon. Saan nila ilalagay yung profit? Dito sa iisang company. And that company is registered in a tax haven countries with a very low tax rate or none at all or walang tax. Oh, so what happened? Ando doon na punta sa kanila yung pera na pambayad ng tax. Lahat ng ibang bansa wala nang nakokolekta. Oh, kasi services lang sila. Okay. Kaya ang most appropriate method is the profit split method. Nasaan yung profit? Split mo yan between the participants, no? Or the contributor para ma-realize mo yung profit. No? So, strength of the transactional profit split method, it offer flexibility, no, by taking into account specific, possibly unique facts and circumstances of the associated enterprises that may be present in independent enterprises. No? So, yun daw yung strength ng transactional profit split method. Kasi ina-account niya yung mga unique facts and circumstances ng associated enterprise or ng group. No? Okay. High degree of uncertainty for each of the parties in relation to transaction. Bakit high degree ang uncertainty? No? Example, transactions involving the shared assumption of economically significant risk by all parties. No? So, flexibility of transactional profit split method allow determination of the arm's length profits for each party that vary with the actual outcomes of the risk associated with the transactions. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, the risk is very important. If you are studying transfer pricing, you cannot do away with risk. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, i-expand nyo na yung knowledge nyo about risk. No? And then siguro, ang pinakamaganda, you have knowledge ng mga risk na inherent in different industries. No? Halimbawa, nasa mining industry ka, what are the risks in mining industry? No? Ano ba yung risk sa mining industries? Ito yung ma-exhaust na yung supply ng gold mo o kaya supply ng minerals mo. Ito yung magkakaproblema ka sa royalty payments mo doon sa owner ng doon sa owner ng sa owner ng land where the minerals are located, no? So iba-iba yung risk sa bawat industry. Ano naman yung risk sa shipping, sa airline companies, iba din yan. Ano naman yung risk sa agriculture? No, ang dami din. Depende sa geographic location din ng bansa mo o kaya ng kung saan located yung farm mo. So iba-iba yan, yung mga risk bawat industry. So if you intend to master yung transfer pricing, i-master nyo yung risk between industries. Why? Para pag gumawa na kayo ng transfer pricing analysis, meron na kayong background, no? Because risk is a very important factor and very significant in the study of transfer pricing. Okay, so ito yung sinasabi nila na what are the risks associated with the transactions. So dapat meron na kayong kung baga sa stock knowledge on every industry. Okay, strength ng transactional profit split, relevant parties to the transactions are directly evaluated as part of the pricing of the transaction. Siyempre, yun daw ang strength ng na profit split. Why? Kasi bawat participant, no, bawat isa na member of the group, siyempre, aralin mo lahat yun sila. What are their contributions? No? You have to be evaluated. Kasi yan ang magiging basihan mo to find a factor on how to allocate the profit. No? Okay. So ano ba yung contributions nila? You have to identify and then you have to value or measure, no, yung kanilang contributions para mabigyan sila ng uh, split the profit, no? Kung magkano yung mapunta sa kanila na profit based on the value of their contributions. Okay. Weakness ng profit split method, difficulties in its application. It is better said than done. No? Dali sabihin, pero napakahirap gawin. Sabi mo, okay, split ang profit. Ang tanong, anong profit ang split mo? Kaninong profit? Eh kung yung mga participants puro loss, hanapin mo ngayon sino ang may hawak at gumagawa ng profit. Eh kung inadequate yung accounting records mo, puro net loss na lang lahat, eh, wala kang i-split. I-split mo loss, walang profit. So wala ring, it defeats the purpose. Why? Kasi wala ring tax na mabayaran. No? So, transactional profit split method appear readily accessible to both taxpayers and tax administrations because it tends to rely less on information about independent enterprises. So, ano yun? Ang data on the hand of the company, iyan yung count most, no? Kasi walang comparable, so walang independent parties. So, kanino data yung gagamitin during the profit split? The internal data of the company. So, associated enterprises and tax administration have difficulty accessing the detailed information required to apply transactional profit split method. Good enough ngayon, very particular na ang guidance on the documentation requirements. Kaya try to look at the documentation requirements in the 2017 transfer pricing guidance. Ano yung mga documentation requirements doon? We have the 3/3 documentation requirements. No? We have the master file. Tingnan nyo anong mga requirements sa master file, the local file, and the country-by-country report. Sa next, we will discuss on the country-by-country report. No? Yung country-by-country report kasi, napakarami ng information doon na kailangan. That's why very important yung country by country report. Siguro gagawin din natin yan as part of our transfer pricing updates, no? Sa mga next natin na mga free webinars. Isama na natin yung discussions on the country by country report. No? Okay. So since it is already 11 o'clock, let's have a 5 minutes break. No? Transfer pricing updates, no? Sa mga next natin na mga free webinars. Isama na natin yung discussions on the country by country report. Okay. So since it is already 11 o'clock, let's have a 5 minutes break. No? Okay. So let's continue with our discussion on the new guidance for the application of transactional profit split method. No? Uh, the nature of the accurately delineated transactions. So ano ba yung nature ng transactions that has been made by the related parties, no? So accurate delineation of the actual transaction will be important in determining whether a transactional profit split is potentially applicable. Why? Because it is the transaction that will determine, no, kung tama ba talaga na profit split yung ating i-apply, no? Okay, so you have to determine the commercial and financial relations between associated enterprises. Transaction, yung participation ng bawat isa. Okay na? Mamaya walang sound. Ha? Okay. So, the accurate delineation of transaction requires two-sided analysis or multi-sided analysis, no? Ng contributions of more than two associated enterprises are necessary, irrespective of which transfer pricing method is ultimately found to be the most appropriate. Kasi sa transfer pricing study, hindi naman yun na, ito yung study ko, profit split yung gamitin ko dito. No, open-minded ka on what kind of method ang gagamitin, no? So you have to analyze. Kaya nga itong profit split method, ano sabi niya dito? To analysis or multi-sided analysis talagang you have to analyze the financial and commercial transactions and especially also the contributions of its party. No, ano ba talaga gaya yung example ko sa inyo that the company here in the Philippines is just doing business for the parent company. So titingnan mo ano ba yung business nito, no? So yung business pala nung company is construction siya based in France, no? And then as a contractor, the project na meron siya is in the Middle East, no? So anong ginawa niya? Lahat ng mga plano niya, yung architectural designs ng kanyang mga buildings, ng kanyang mga plano, were outsourced here in the Philippines. Kaya gumawa sila ng their own subsidiary company here in the Philippines. Nag-hire sila ng mga engineers, mga architects, no? At the rate dito sa Pilipinas, no? So, lahat ng mga plano, lahat ng mga architectural designs were made here in the Philippines by the engineers hired nung company in France. If you try to look at the company here in the Philippines for so many years, losing, walang kita. Why? Kasi it is just doing services, walang income. But if you try to look at the parent company in France, naku, namamayagpag po siya, no? Sa 5 years niya, as much as 600% yung increase ng kanyang profit. So siya very profitable. Pero yung ibang mga companies niya, puro net loss. No? So what does that mean? Walang mga income yung lahat because they are just doing services. Nandun sa kanya yung income kasi nandun sa kanya yung sales, nandun sa kanya yung um, mga clients, no? Siya yung kausap. So, anong nangyari? Ang ginagawa nila cost plus method, no? How much is the cost of the payroll and the maintenance of the office here in the Philippines? Yun lang yung binabayaran ng parent company plus the markup of 5 or 7%, no? So what happened to the company here in the Philippines for so many years? It continues on a losing operation. Pero siya, yearly, yung parent company sa France, ang lalaki ng kanyang increase ng net profit. No? So, anong recommendation ko? Profit split. Oh, profit split talaga. Hindi pwede na yung cost plus method. And even the BPOs, BPOs keep on insisting and they are using the cost plus method, no? Lahat ng BPOs dito sa Pilipinas. cost plus method lang sila. But ang dapat diyan is profit split, no? So it should be the initiative of the government to require them to have a thorough transfer pricing audit in order that they will change their method, no? Kasi hindi talaga uubra yung cost plus, puro net loss. Wala silang binabayaran na tax dito. And aside from that, PESA registered sila. So they are just paying 5% of their gross profit based on in lieu of all taxes, no? Kasi yun yung uh, incentive ng PESA registered enterprises. So lalong-lalo na no, wala talaga na kinikita yung gobyerno sa kanila. Ano lang daw yung pakinabang sa PESA registered um, companies, yun lang yung nag-generate siya ng employment. No? Para sa akin, which is true also. Why? Nakakatulong talaga ang mga PSA registered enterprises sa employment, no? Just like for example sa Cebu, nakita ko doon mas una yung MEPS doon yung Mactan Export Processing Zone. O hindi pa uso yung mga BPOs, nandoon na yun no? Matagal na yung MEPS. And they really help in the employment. Kasi for how many years hindi ako nakauwi sa probinsya, no? Pagdating ko doon, yung mga bahay na dati ko mga kapitbahay na ang liliit ng mga bahay, may mga sasakyan na magaganda na yung mga bahay, mga yero na dati, ano lang, pawid lang, no? So sabi ko, anong trabaho nila? Yung mga anak daw nagtatrabaho sa call center, nagtatrabaho sa MEPS, no? Sabi ko, nakakatulong din. Nakakatulong din. And lalo na ngayon. Why? Because of the digitized world wherein lahat tayo work from home na. Uwi na ng probinsya, no? So yung probinsya talagang gaganda na. And then, kung bagay yung playing field pagdating sa hanap buhay, same na sa syudad at saka yung sa probinsya, which is also very good, no? Kaya yung opportunity is wala na sa syudad, kasama na rin nasa probinsya na rin, no? So let's continue with the profit split, no? Okay. So existence of unique and valuable contribution by its party. So alam na natin. Kaya nga binabasa ko itong guidelines, alam niyo sa totoo lang balik-balik lang siya. Nandiyan lang palagi yung valuable contribution, properly compensated, properly remunerated. So halos yun lang din sinasabi dito sa guidance. Okay. Next tayo. Basahin ninyo yung guidelines, ha? You read that. Unique and valuable contribution by each of the parties to the transaction. So ano ba yun? Because analysis ito no? So contributions, excuse me. Pakipatay mo nga muna yung excuse po yung aircon doon at saka buksan yung mga pinto. May nasisingot akong alikabok. Saka malamig. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So ano daw yung contributions ng, when we say contribution of the party or the member of the group. Unique and valuable. So, they are not comparable to contributions made by uncontrolled parties. Kaya nga siya unique and valuable, so walang comparables, no? Also, they represent a key source of actual or potential economic benefits in the business operations. Siyempre, hindi naman yan magiging unique kung hindi siya valuable at saka maganda yung contribution niya sa business operations, no? So the two factors are often linked. Comparables for such contributions are seldom found because they are a key source of economic advantage. Pag yan ang key source ng economic advantage mo, talagang itatago mo yan. Otherwise, hindi ka na competitive, no? Kaya yung mga tinatawag natin na mga secret formula, no? So yun yung unique na contributions to the business, no? So, may risk associated with respective unique and valuable contribution. No? Kasi ano ba yung risk? The risk na it will be copied by your competitor. The risk na it will be devolved by your employee. No? So, ang daming risk sa mundo. Actually, sa company, sa personal na buhay, there are so many risks. No? So, it's up to us how we manage those risks. Transactions involving unique and valuable intangibles. No? So, yan na yung isipin mo kaagad during the analysis. Ito, there is a unique and valuable contributions itong party na to. So, may idea ka na kaagad kung ano yung best method that you are going to use. So, each party owns unique and valuable intangibles. So, kung bawat isa na participants may unique and valuable intangibles to the transaction. So, you have to consider talaga na profit split sila, no? At ano yung mga i-consider mo na risk? The significant risk, no? Sa development ng intangibles, the obsolescence, kung maging obsolete na siya, infringement, product liability, and exploitation. So, these are the risk associated with intangibles. Ano ba yung mga intangibles dito? Yung unique na contributions ng bawat isa. Ito yung example ko sa inyo na audit ko to actual. No? This is the, ano sila, yung gumagawa sila ng mga e-books. No? And then, along the way, nung na-examine ko, I asked for a transfer pricing analysis report. No? They are using only the cost plus method. So, sabi ko, hindi to cost plus. Why? Because the transaction is highly integrated. Hindi pwedeng cost plus. No? And outsourcing. So, you are doing services to your parent company. So, wala ka talagang profit. If you are expecting profit, to have profit here in the Philippines, wala talaga. Imposible. Why? Because the profit is with your head office. Nandun sa kanya yung sales No? So, kung aasa ka na may kita yung Pilipinas mo, talagang wala. No? So, I asked for a transfer pricing analysis report. And nang hingi ako ng mga contracts, nakikita ko kasi doon sa analysis report, sa contractual terms, pag gumawa kayo ng transfer pricing analysis report, yung 5 comparability factors, i-discuss nyo yan lahat isa thoroughly. So, doon sa contracts, nakita ko doon sa contractual terms, may contract siya with related party in India, and that related party in India, may pinahiram sa kanila na intangibles yung software na ginagamit nila sa paggawa ng e-books, no? So, hiningan ko na naman sila ng kontrata doon sa, or license to use the software, no? So, bigay naman sila ng bigay, no? So, ang dami kong naipon doon sa documentation ko on the transfer pricing analysis hanggang sa very concrete na yung aking recommendations about the use of the profit split method na dinis-allow ko yung kanilang ginamit na cost plus method, no? Pero malis na ako ng BIR, hindi ko natapos yun. No? Although there are mga counterparts nila sa India are calling me to have an appointment, hindi ko na rin pinansin because alis na nga ako ng BIR. No? So, transactional profit split method may be the most appropriate method for a transfer of fully developed intangibles. No? Ano yung fully developed intangibles? Ginagamit mo na yung intangibles. Alam mo na how it works at alam mo na kumikita na siya pero transfer mo. No? Kaya profit split method. Also, pwede rin siya sa partially developed intangibles. Ano naman yung partially developed intangibles? Na umpisa na yung research and development to develop that intangibles tapos hindi tinapos. No? Yung iba kasi, they are doing it with purpose. Na partially developed pa lang intangibles, i-transfer mo na because once it is fully developed, mahal na. No? Sisingilin ka na ng mahal. That's why hindi pa tapos, tina-transfer na nila sa ibang owner, which is also a related party. No? Highly integrated business operations. When we say highly integrated business operations, what do we mean? yun yung sabi ko na yung isang role or uh, functions ng isang company is very important para mabuo yung business. No? So a high degree of integration means that the way in which one party to the transaction performs, functions, uses assets, and assume risk is interlinked with naka-interlink, naka-connect, and cannot reliably be evaluated in isolation from the way in which another party to the transactions performs functions, uses assets, and assume risk. No? So, ano siya? Naka-interlink with the functions of the other company. Okay. So, sa highly integrated business operations, it is appropriate that we use the profit split method. No? Okay. Next, we have the shared assumption of economically significant risk, separate assumption of closely related risk. No? So, transactional profit split may be found to be the most appropriate method where, according to the accurately delineated transaction, each party to the control transactions shares the assumption of one or more of the economically significant risk. Excuse me. Yun yung sabi ko sa inyo na if you really intend to study transfer pricing, then you have to know the relevant risk for its industry. No? Kasi bawat industry, iba-iba yung risk na yan eh. So, alamin nyo na what are the economically significant risks in every industry. No? So that mabilis na lang yung analysis nyo during the actual transfer pricing report. No? So what are the economically significant risks? Usually the risks are related to the industry or to the operation that you are doing. No? Kagaya halimbawa ng transportation, ano yung risk ng transportation? Ng airline companies, ano yung risk nila? Agriculture, ano yung risk ng agriculture? No? I do transfer pricing analysis for the banana industry. No? Yung mga cases that this is in court involving the industry, yung pag-i-spray nila ng mga insecticide or mga pesticides, no? Sa lawak ng kanilang farm, anong ginagamit nila na pang spray? Yung eroplano, no? And then the nearby villages na ha-harm sila doon sa spray na insecticide, no? So dinimanda sila. So those are the risks, no? So those are risks inherent to the industry. So each party shares the assumption of economically significant risk or separately assumes interrelated economically significant risk. Kasi depende yan sa functions mo eh. So halimbawa, ikaw yung manufacturing. So yung manufacturing risk nasa sa iyo. Ikaw yung marketing. No? So yung marketing risk nasa sa iyo. Transactional profit split is considered to be the most appropriate method. No? That a split of actual profits rather than anticipated profits. So iba yung actual profits sa anticipated profits. Pag sinabi mong anticipated profits, pwedeng malaki yan, pwedeng maliit, assumption pa lang yan. Pero yung actual profits, ito na yung result of operations at ito na yung during the transfer pricing audit, actual profits. Now, why? Nasa ano mo na yun eh, nasa financial statement na. No? So actual relevant profits to be split will reflect the playing out of the risk of each party. Ang ganda kung ang taxpayer mo is the head office and consolidated, no? So madali lang. Pero ang problema mo, lalong-lalo na dito sa Pilipinas, subsidiary lang dito, usually, ito experience ko to, usually the parent company, halimbawa situated in US, situated in Netherlands, hindi sila nagbibigay ng information about their company na mga other related parties. Ang ibibigay nila yung dito lang sa Pilipinas. No? Kaya very limited lang yung study mo. That's why ako, maliit lang din yung single ko kasi very limited lang yung scope. No? Profit split of anticipated profits will tend to concentrate the playing out of economically significant risk on one party. No? So transfer pricing outcomes, sharing of actual or anticipated profit should align with the accurate delineation of the transaction. Sinasabi natin, very limited lang yung scope ng audit mo. So, how are you going to split the profits? Kung halimbawa yung ino-audit mo dito lang sa Pilipinas, no? And then service provider lang siya. So how can you have a share of the profit of the whole group, no? So anong gagawin mo during the audit? Talagang manghingi ka ng financial statement ng parent company. Hindi ka bibigyan. Pagka ang company is traded, yung kanyang shares of stocks, no? Sa abroad, no? Sa international, sa US or sa Europe, required yan sa kanila na lahat ng information nila available in the internet, no? Kasi that's part of the transparency requirements pagka IPO ka, listed ka. Ang problema mo kung private companies, talagang wala yan kahit sa website nila, hindi sila nagpapublish ng financial statement. So all you have to do is really to ask, no? And then kung hindi magbibigay, then you have to use the tax treaty provisions natin na nakalagay doon yung exchange of information, no? Pagka naman exchange of information na yan, ang magre-request yan, yung DFA natin, yung Department of Foreign Affairs, directly to the other country, no? So it will take time. Availability of reliable information, yan yung handicap palagi, no? Kasi sabi na natin, the availability of reliable information, ang isang constraint pa natin yung Data Privacy Act, no? That's why if you ask dati, wala kaming kahirap-hirap sa SEC dahil pwede kang mag-login, no? Bibili ka lang ng pwede mo nang i-view yung mga financial statements sa SEC. Ngayon, hindi na. No, you have to request and it will take you some days. Then, ang mahal na ng bayad. That's why ako ngayon, pag gumagawa ko ng transfer pricing analysis report, add-on ko yung cost of the financial statements from the SEC. Hindi ko na siya sino-shoulder. No? Kasi mahal na. No? Sometimes, mag-costing ka like 50,000 pagka marami o 30,000. Siyempre, babawas mo yun sa service fee mo kung hindi ka mag-a-add on. So, yung service fee ko is plus 12% VAT and then plus the documentation, no? Yung bayad sa SEC. Or, pwede mo kasing ilagay doon sa kontrata mo na add yung mga expenses na ma-incur mo during the study. No? So, make it very clear po sa pag gumawa pa kayo ng kontrata. Kasi pag gawa na yung kontrata and then silent ka, hindi ka na maka-add on sa kanila. No? Okay. Transactional profit split method applied in cases where there are no uncontrolled comparables. Yun. Karamihan talaga. No? Walang uncontrolled comparables kasi nga walang available. No? Okay. So, guidance for application in general. So, how do you apply this profit split? No? Sabi niya, hindi naman exhaustive na talagang i-apply mo yung profit split method. No? Depend on the facts and circumstances of the case and the information available. Kasi pag walang information available, then you cannot make a transfer pricing analysis. Ang ang constraint naman ng tax authority, they cannot make a transfer pricing audit. No? So walang available na information. The overriding objective should be to approximate as closely as possible the profit split. Pag sinabi mo approximate, ano yun? Estimate lang yan. No? Kaya nga ang transfer pricing natin, hypothesis, no? Nag-hypothesize ka. You are allowed. Okay. So the split of profits that would have been realized had the parties been independent enterprises. Kaya nga approximate mo lang eh. No? Estimate mo lang. Pagdating sa korte, hindi yan mananalo, I tell you. Yung sinasabi na approximate, wala yan. Why? Because the court will not allow it. Kaya kung ikaw yung transfer pricing analyst, gumawa ka na ng mga choice of words mo na hindi mo lagyan ng estimate, assumption, approximate, tanggalin mo talaga yan, no? Kung pwede, gumawa ka ng formula mo. Nakikita kong iba, gumagawa sila ng mga formula, gumagawa sila ng mga computation, but walang approximation, walang estimate, no? Talo ka dyan. Okay. So, transactional profit split method, relevant profits are to be split between associated enterprises. Dito sa profit to be split, anong gagawin mo dito? I-gather mo yung mga participants of the group. Kasi, pag gumawa ka ng organizational structure, yung mga related parties, nandun na lahat sino yung mga related parties. I-gather mo lahat yung mga information nila, balance sheet, no, financial statements. And based on the financial statements na officially filed sa SEC, doon ka na kumuha ng mga reported profits nila para hindi sila makasabi na hindi yan totoo, gawa-gawa mo lang. So it should be documented, yung mga profits that gagamitin mo. Kasi papaano ka ba mag-split ng profit? Of course, lahat ng profit i-add mo muna bago mo i-split ulit para sa mga players. No? Okay. Transactional profit split used to set transfer pricing in controlled transactions. No? So, ano yun? Expect lifetime arrangement and criteria of profit splitting factors to be agreed in advance of the transaction. Okay yun kung may agreed, no, na splitting factors. Pero kung wala, silent lang sila. Why? In most cases talagang silent lang. Why? Because it is the head office or it is the parent company that makes decision. So usually wala nga splitting ng profit. Why? Kasi sa isang company lang yan, may national treasury sila. No? So, ano yung national treasury? Lahat ng pera doon pumapasok. Lahat ng expenses doon kinukuha. So, they are not after of who owns the profit. Why? Kasi as a group, mayroon silang national treasury, talagang pasok yan lahat doon. So, hindi sila after of the breakdown or the fragmentation of the profit for its company. Ang pinapakita nila, losing lang yung mga companies na yan. No? At iisa lang yung nagde-declare ng income. So, person using transactional profit split method should be prepared to explain why it is regarded as the most appropriate method. Siyempre, kaninong trabaho yun? Dun sa gagawa ng transfer pricing analysis. No? And sino yun? Yung tao na hinire ng actually sa akin kagabi may queries na naman magpapagawa ng transfer pricing analysis report. No? So, determination of the relevant profits to be split. Actually, ako, since wala namang kita itong lecture ko, saan ako kumikita? Sa client talaga, sa consultancy services. And one of my source of income now is the making of this transfer pricing analysis report. No? Kaso lang, humina talaga yung mata ko. Kasi nung filing, sinabay nila naman sa filing eh. Kasi, di ba, this is the first time na attachment yung 1709 sa ITR. So, since filing ng ITR, sabay, no? Sabay dun sa filing, yung 1709. Nagsabay din yung nagpapagawa ng transfer pricing report. So, as early as February, marami na akong natanggap. And as early as October, ang dami na nagpapakot sa akin ng transfer pricing analysis. But, na-approve yun mga February or March, filing na ng income tax. So, anong nangyari? Talagang yung mata ko, hindi ko na lumuluhan na sa sobrang pagod. No? Up to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock magtatrabaho ka pa. Why? Because there are companies na nagmamadali. No? Nasa kontrata talaga nila na we want the report as of March 15 because we will send it to our head office. So, pag nag-oo ka, because you are saying na opportunity to, so umuo ka. So, gawin mo. Ay, ang dami pang FS. So, sabi ko, okay naman sana to. Maraming trabaho, pero mamamatay ka naman. No? So, alam mo yung inano ko doon, kaya ko lang, yung kaya ko lang. Hindi na rin kayang tumanggap. That's why kayo, na mga CPAs or this is open also for non-CPAs yung paggawa ng transfer pricing analysis report, hindi ito pang CPA lang or pang lawyers lang. Kahit hindi kayo CPA, hindi kayo lawyers, this can be your avenue of services. Basta't alamin nyo lang. No? Approaches to splitting the profit. So, uh, you determine the profit and then you now split the profit. So, how do you split the profit? No? So there are approaches to the application of transactional profit split method depending on the characteristics of the control transactions. No? So, ano yung gagawin mo? Economically valid basis. No? So, ibig sabihin may economic substance. Approximate the results that would have been achieved between independent enterprises in comparable circumstances. So dito, yung splitting of profit, yun na yung magkaroon ka ng independent enterprises, how they split also their profit. Pero sobrang hirap din yan, no? Kasi halos wala naman nag-split ng profit. Okay. So, relative contribution of each party, yung contribution analysis. So, where the transactional profit split is most appropriate, but at least one party makes some less complex contribution. Siyempre, depending sa contribution. Pero pag less complex contribution niya, siyempre, maliit din yung profit niya. Capable of being benchmarked by reference to comparable uncontrolled transactions. At two-stage residual analysis may be appropriate. Ano yung residual analysis pagdating sa profit split? First, you split the profit based on the contribution, no? So, ito profit para kay ganito to kasi siya yung delivery. Ito siya yung manufacturing, ito yung dapat para sa kanya. And then pag may matira pa na profit, yung residual profit, yun na yung i-split mo between the group, no? Pero yung unang profit kasi two stages ng ano ang residual analysis no, yung contribution profit split, no? So two stage 'yan. Yung una based on their contribution and then yung pangalawa yung residual profit na hati-hati na lahat, no? Kasi siyempre yung sa manufacturing, yung gumagawa talaga ng manufacturing process, siyempre mas mataas yung ano niya, share niya, no? Kaya nga may matrix yan. You have to do a matrix on the how you split the profits based on the contribution, no? May mga factors kang gagawin diyan. Approaches to splitting the profits, no? So, iba-ibang approaches yan. And then the contribution analysis, which I already explained to you, no? And then the residual analysis, no? So, yung residual, yun yung matira na profits after distributing the profit based on contributions, no? If you try to read my book, may ano doon may explanations doon kasi yung ibang klase ng mga samples na ginather ko for the contribution and the residual analysis, no, yung sa profit split, may mga definition doon, no? Yung mga may gusto sa book, mag-comment portion na lang kayo diyan and then you pay the charges for delivery, no? Magpapadala kami sa inyo ng books. Okay. For free, for free yan. Ano ko yan, giveaway ko yan sa participants ngayon. So, what you're doing to do is to write your address at saka yung ano nyo, address, pangalan, no? At saka address. And then, ipapadala namin yan through LBC, no? So, pagka Metro Manila lang naman siya, 175 yung charges. Pagka Mindanao or ano, medyo mahal siya, no? Siguro Pangasinan medyo mahal din. Inquire na lang natin. Yung charges for the delivery, kayo na magbayad, no? But the book itself is free. Okay. Kasi doon uh, ano talaga yung explanation on how to split the profit. Ito kasi additional guidance lang to, pero yung mechanics doon or process on how to split the profit nando doon, no? So, application determining the profits to be split. So, how are you going to determine the profits to be split? It is essential to identify and accurately delineate the transactions to be covered by the transactional profit split method. No? So you need documents in order that you can split the profit and determine the profit to be split. No? So you have to identify the relevant income and expense amounts for each party in relation to those transactions. Saan yan manggagaling? Sa financial statements. And be sure that the source of the financial statements is that already audited financial statements. Those financial statements filed already in regulatory agencies like the BAR and the SEC. Why? Because the client might complain, no? Sabihin nila na, i-dispute nila na, oh, saan mo yan kinuha? No? Bakit meron kang mga ganyang amount ng profit to be split? So it should be na official document yung inyong source. The one received by the BAR and also the SEC. So profits to be split comprised of two or more associated enterprises. No? So financial data of the parties is applied, put on common basis as to accounting practice and currency. Wala na tayong problema ngayon because we are using the International Financial Reporting Standards. That's why isang language na lang ang accounting ngayon. No? Dati kasi iba-iba yung standards. That's why pagka halimbawa mag-split ka ng profit, iusin mo pa na yung accounting standards, magre-reconcile ka pa. Pero ngayon hindi na. No? So accounting standards can have significant effects on the determination of the profits to be split. No? So accounting standards should, in cases where taxpayer chooses to use the transactional profit split, select in advance of applying method and applied consistently over the lifetime of the arrangement. Wala nang problema ngayon because mandated na tayo to use the international accounting standards. No? So transactional profit splits of actual or anticipated profit. So ano ba dapat ang split? Siyempre, actual, no? But there are cases, especially on intangibles, na meron tayong tinatawag dyan na anticipated profits. And you cannot do about it. Why? Kasi pagka actual yung profits na ginamit mo, hindi siya practical, no? Why hindi siya practical? Because that's not the only income na ma-realize, no? So the determination of the profits to be split include whether those profits are actual or anticipated, no? Or some combination. It should be aligned with accurately delineated transactions. So tingnan mo ko ngayon, ano ba yung transactions, ano ba yung actual na contributions or ginagawa ng parties. No? Okay. Ito, mga splitting of profits, pareho lang yan eh. So different measures of profits. So how are you going to measure the profits? No? So relevant profits to be split under transactional profit method are operating profits. Ano yung operating profits? Ito yung net income, no? Net income before tax or after tax. Yan yung operating profits. So transactional profit split method ensures both income and expenses of the M&E are attributed to the relevant associated enterprises. In some cases, may mga instances na ang ini-split nila is the gross profit. No? So, ano mangyayari pagka nag-split kayo ng gross profit? You claim individually the operating expenses. Kasi, halimbawa, ito na yung gross profit mo, bawat isa mag-claim na kayo ng inyong operating expenses in order to arrive at the net income. Why? Because that gross profit is not yet your taxable income. Bakit ba natin hinahanap yung profit dito? Kasi kukolekta tayo ng taxes, no? So, if the profit splitted is the gross profit, then each and every recipient of his part or his share in the gross profit can claim its own operating expenses. No? Kasi gross pa yun eh. Okay. So, you ensure that expenses incurred or attributable to its enterprise are consistent with the accurate delineation of the transaction, particularly the activities and risk undertaken by its party and the allocation of profits is likewise consistent with the contributions of the parties. So, balik-balik lang yan eh. Kumbaga sa music, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do lang yan eh, no? So, balik-balik lang yan na consistent with the contribution of the parties, based on the contribution of the parties, ganon ang profit split, no? Okay. Splitting the profits. So, how are you going to split the profits now? Should be split on economically valid basis. No? So, kailangan naman yung splitting as economic substance. No? Relative contributions of the parties to the transactions approximates the division of profits that would have obtained at arm's length. No? So, yun. Arm's length na naman, no? yung basis. Okay. You establish a prescriptive list of criteria or profit splitting factors. Okay. So, walang ganun, no? Okay. Ito, criteria or splitting factors used to split the profit. No? Be independent of transfer pricing policy formulation. They should be based on objective data. Sales to independent parties, not on data relating to the remuneration of controlled transactions. No? So splitting factor mo, independent ng transfer pricing policy formulation. No? At saka independent parties. And the splitting factor should be verifiable. No? What do you mean when we say verifiable? Pwede mong i-clarify or tingnan, no? Doon sa ibang source, no? And then it should be supported by comparables data, internal data, or both, no? So ito actually ang mahirap eh, yung comparables data, no? Kasi pag sinabi mo na you are using the comparables data, may transfer pricing analysis report ka na dito. Okay, so profit splitting factors. Okay. So what are the factors in splitting the profits? Okay. So functional analysis and analysis of context in which the transaction take place industry and environment are essential to the process of determining relevant factors to use in splitting profits. No? Weighting of applicable profit splitting factors. Depending on the facts and circumstances of the case, the factor can be a figure. So ano yung figure? Can be 30% to 70% split based on evidence of a similar split achieved between independent parties. So yung figure mo, dapat same with the independent parties. No? Halimbawa yung splitting of profits mo is 30-70. So dapat mayroong independent parties na nag-split din ng profit using that figure, no? Yung 30-70. Or a variable relative value of participant marketing contributions. No? Or other possible factors as discussed. Okay. So itong computation of the splitting and also the factors, trabaho na rin yan ng analyst, no? Okay. So, profit splitting factors can be based on assets or capital, no? Can be based on operating assets, fixed assets, no? Production assets, retail assets, IT assets, or intangibles, no? Or can be based also on cost. So, ito na yung mga tinatawag natin na splitting factors or yung dati ang tawag dito allocation K, no? Can be based on assets or capital, no? Can be fixed assets, can be production assets, IT assets, or intangibles, can be based on cost, no? Relative spending and or investment in key areas, such as research and development, engineering, marketing, and may be used where cap, this capture the relative contributions of the parties to the profits being split. No? Um, Wala pa itong guidance na to. Noong 2013 ako nag-audit na, na in-apply ko yung profit split method. Ano yung ginawa kong ah, splitting factor? Yung number of employees. No? But it was challenged. Kasi sabi nila, okay, sa US, there are only 60 employees. Sa Pilipinas, there are 2,500 employees. But in the US, the 60 employees are key employees who has the management, no, sa US. Kaya yung 60 employees, hindi mo pwedeng i-compare as a splitting factor doon sa 2,500 employees na merely encoder. No? So yun naman ang constraint if you use the number of employees as your splitting factor. Reliance on data from the taxpayer's own operation or internal. Yung data talaga dito kasi 'di ba ano to, yung profit split. So since you will be splitting your own profit, internal data talaga to. Wala tong external data na available, no? Okay, so what are the examples of profit splitting factors? Asset-based profit splitting factors. So you based it on assets, can be active assets. At saka sa mga industries, kaya sabi ko sa inyo, alamin nyo na bawat industry. Why? Because there are industries or line of business activities na asset-based or kailangan niya ng maraming assets in order to make an operation, no? As business, to operate as a business. Kailangan niya ng maraming assets. At hindi siya makapag gawa ng negosyo kung wala siyang assets, no? So yun yung tinatawag natin na asset-intensive company. Okay, so ito yung mga examples on the guidance ng transactional profit split. So ano itong mga examples na to? May mga example dito ng company, and then may mga situations, and then may suggestions on how they split the profits. No? So yung mga example na yan, you just read that. Maraming mga examples dito. Sometimes itong mga examples na to, pagka may mga situation na kayo na actual, you can always refer back on these examples and then hanapin ninyo kung anong mga scenario or situation that fits to your company or to your study. No? So malaking bagay po itong mga example because when you try to look at the guidance, posibleng ang hirap paintindihin. Pero pag may example at saka may mga scenario applied to the case, then madali lang po siya intindihin. No? Okay. So what we got today, we discussed about the profit split method. No? So the revised guidance on the application of the transactional profit split method as initiated by the OECD or the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. No? So sa hapon, doon naman tayo sa 2020 transfer pricing guidelines on financial transactions. No? So with that, I would like to say thank you very much, and let's be back at 2 o'clock in the afternoon mamaya. Okay, so I would like to say thank you everyone, and let's have a break. Good afternoon and welcome again to another session. This is our last topic, transfer pricing guidance on financial transactions. No, this is a continuation of the guidance. Since this is an update, the uh, the financial transactions, the transfer pricing guidance on financial transactions is the first time, no? Hindi siya kagaya nung profit split na binago. Itong financial transactions na guidance, first time lang po to. And this was crafted in 2020, no? Ng OECD pa rin. Okay. So, for So what are example of financial transactions? So financial transactions involves money, no? Pera ito, yung sinasabi ng financial transaction. So in this topic, what are the example of financial transactions here? Dito sinama nila yung insurance, no? Sa atin hindi kasama ang insurance sa financial transactions, mga banking lang, o financing. Pero sa kanila kasama yung insurance. Sa ibang bansa kasi, ang insurance is also regulated by the central bank nila. Sa atin, meron tayong sariling insurance commission that regulates insurance. That's why ang financial natin dito, yung mga financing companies lang, banks, or that involves money. Pero yung insurance, hindi. Pero dito sa transfer pricing guidance on financial transactions, sinama nila dito ang insurance, no? So, what are the example of mga financial transactions? So, yun yung mga utang, debt, equity, yung mga investment, no? So, those are financial transactions. And makikita yan sa financial statement, especially sa balance sheet, no? So, nandoon yung accounts payable, ano pa, loan payable, mortgage payable, no? Accounts receivable are also financial transactions. So, nasa balance sheet ang financial transactions natin. Okay. So, determination of whether a purported loan should be regarded as a loan. In our case, this is about transfer pricing, no? So, ang aim talaga natin dito is the application of the arm's length principle in financial transactions. And when we say application of the arm's length principle, we mean the remuneration. Halimbawa, interest, no? So, since pautang yan, yung interest paid ba is arm's length. And when we say arm's length, comparable ba yan with the independent parties? And isa pa, is the financing company or is the one who lend the money is properly remunerated, especially kung related party yan, and dictated yung amount of interest. So, properly remunerated ba yung nagpapautang? No? So, we have to determine, and dito, sa transfer pricing method na to, no, on financial transactions, kaya sabi ko na sa inyo na very important pa rin yung 5 comparability factors. Why? Because when we talk of transfer pricing, we cannot do away with comparability analysis. And when we say comparability analysis, i-apply pa rin natin yung 5 comparability factors. No? So sabi ko nga sa inyo, i-memorize ninyo yun. And what are those 5 comparability factors? The characteristics or nature of property or services, whether tangible or intangible. So ano ba yung characteristic ng financial transactions na yan? Pautang ba talaga yan? Loan o equity na yan? And then, ano pa yung ibang comparability factors aside from the nature or characteristics of property of services? So we also have the very, very important na applicable siya sa lahat ng transactions na functions, assets, and risk. And kahapon we learned about the authorized OECD approach. Nandun pa siya kasama. No? Number 1 pa siya, nasa step 1, yung analysis of the functions, assets, and risk. No? So authorized OECD approach pa siya when it comes to determination ng permanent establishment. No? Okay. So next, of the functions, assets, and risk, the next comparability factor is um, economic conditions. No, so economic conditions very important. Why there are so many factors that affects the economic condition of the company that can be the reason why there are differences, no? So, kasi pag na-pinpoint mo na yung differences between the related company transactions and the independent party transactions, then you can now justify kung bakit naiiba yung pricing. No? So, economic conditions, another is the contractual terms. So, you really have to go through into the contract, um, tingnan mo lahat ng provisions, no? Ang provisions nila, ilan yan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hanggang 10. Tingnan mo lahat yan that all the provisions there are arm's length, no? Kasi pag hindi arm's length yan, then that contractual terms can be disallowed, no? Pagdating ng transfer pricing audit, magkakaroon yan ng transfer pricing issues, no? That would trigger adjustment or findings of the examiner. So, the last comparability factors is the business strategies. No? Ano ba yung strategies na ginagawa ng company in order to make its operation profitable. No? So, determination of whether a purported loan should be regarded as a loan. Bakit? Ito na yung trend ngayon or ito na yung very important in transfer pricing, yung determination ng substance. Kaya nga ito, determination of whether a purported loan should be regarded as a loan. Kasi, loan ba talaga siya? O gawa-gawa lang siya na hindi naman talaga totoong loan, no? So, it can be that the balance of debt and equity funding of borrowing entity, part of the M&A group, differs from that which would exist kung independent entity ang nagpapautang, no? So, operating under the same or similar circumstances. Iba ang treatment ng independent parties kaysa ginagawa nila, no? The related parties. So, the situation may affect the amount of interest payable by the borrowing entity and so may affect the profits accruing in a given jurisdiction. Baka sobrang laki ng charge na interest so that maliit na lang ang income. No? That can also be. Kasi instead of borrowing from an independent financing company, gagawa sila yung grupo ng kanilang sariling financing company and artificially manage yung interest doon. No? Kaya binabantayan niya ng transfer pricing, binabantayan niya ng arm's length principle. At anong sabi ng arm's length principle? The interest that should be imposed in the loan transaction or financial transaction should be similar, no, or at par with that of the interest of financing company which are not related. No? So ano yung sabi dito sa Article 9 ng OECD Model na Tax Conventions? No? So Article 9 is relevant not only in determining whether the rate of interest provided for in a loan contract is at arm's length rate. No? Ano ba itong Article 9? This is Article 9 of the Model Tax Convention, and this Article 9 talks about associated enterprises. No? So Article 9 of the Model OECD Convention is the very powerful statement about the arm's length principle. At anong sinasabi ng Article 9? When conditions between related parties in their financial and commercial transactions which differ from those of the independent parties' transactions, then any profit which would accrue, but by reason of those conditions have not so accrued to one of the enterprise, then that profit would be included in the profit of that enterprise and taxed accordingly. So that's a very powerful statement of Article 9, and that is the basis of the arm's length principle. No? Okay. Ano pa? Yung sometimes yung loan, no, can be regarded as loan or should be regarded as other kind of payment, no? In particular, a contribution to equity capital. Actually, meron na tayong ano dito, discussion o sa transfer pricing, no? May case na to about yung equity or capital na gusto nila sa isang bansa, ang labas ng pautang nila is equity. The case of PepsiCo, no? Yung PepsiCo Puerto Rico, yun na they hire a tax consultant and then ang gusto nila pagdating sa isang bansa, equity siya. Pagdating sa isang bansa, debt siya, loan siya, no? So there are payments of interest. Kaya kaso lang nagkaroon ng transfer pricing issue at sinubject sila sa transfer pricing audit, no? And then some of the interest that they claim were disallowed. So be very careful. So ito yung guidance on that financial transactions, no? So the arrangement made in relation to the transaction viewed in their totality. So, ano bang gagawin mo? Kasi ang ginawa nila, no, pinag-aralan din kasi may feature yung loan na loan siya, may feature din na equity siya, no? So pareho nilang ginulo at saka ang dami-dami nilang complicated structures na ginawa. So anong gagawin ng tax authority? You have to view the transactions in totality. Kasi pag i-chop-chop mo yan, maano ka, magulo at saka maligaw ka, hindi mo maayos yung treatment mo. But if you view the transactions in totality, makikita mo talaga kung anong mukha niya, no? Pero pag sinap-chop mo yan, hindi mo malalaman. Pwede siyang equity, pwede siyang loan, no? So anong gagawin mo? View the transactions in totality. Differ from those which would have been adopted by independent enterprises behaving in a commercially rational manner in comparable circumstances. Kaya nga, itong transfer pricing, no, hindi pa to matatapos. Kaya nga sabi ko nung when I study transfer pricing, sabi ko, kung tutukan ko tong aralin ang transfer pricing, sabi ko, matagal pa tong transfer pricing, hindi pa to mawawala. Why? Kasi no other method, no, can substitute the arm's length principle. That's why dinedevelopan nila at continue pa yung gamit ng transfer pricing. No? So the guidance reflects an approach of accurate delineation of the actual transaction. Ano ba talaga yung actual transaction? Ano ba yung treatment? No? So determine the amount of debt to be priced. No? Yung magkano yung amount ng utang. Kasi doon sa Pepsi Cola, ang dami nilang mga utang doon. Iba-ibang klase na utang, no? And then palipat-lipat sa iba't ibang companies. May company sila na i-form na bago, tapos lipat nila doon yung utang. Ganon din yung ginawa doon sa isang case na ang palipat-lipat naman nila goodwill, no? So nagre-recognize sila ng goodwill, ilipat nila, gawa sila ng bagong corporation, bibilhin na naman yung old corporation, recognize naman ng goodwill, hanggang sa lumaki ang goodwill. And then doon sa bagong corporation, inabsorb ng isang corporation, and then inamortize niya yung goodwill. O doon na sila nadali, no? Na transfer pricing audit na. Because for so many years, they are declaring gain on their income tax return. And all of a sudden, because of the effect of the amortization of goodwill, ubos yung kanilang income, puro net loss sila. So they were subjected to transfer pricing audit and the amortization of goodwill was disallowed. No? Kasi it is not an ordinary expense. Hindi siya operating expenses. So bakit mo i-deduct doon sa operation? No? So yun yung contention ng tax authorities. Okay. So the guidance reflects approach of accurate delineation to actual transaction, no? So you have to determine the amount of debt to be priced, no? Acknowledge other approaches will be taken to address the issue of the balance of debt and equity funding of the entity under domestic legislation. Kaya nga yung sa ibang bansa, meron silang tinatawag na thin capitalization. Ano yung thin capitalization? Bawal na magtayo ka ng company and then napakaliit ng equity mo or yung capital mo, no? Halimbawa, nasa real estate ka. Bakit 1 million lang yung capital mo? Anong mabili mong real estate dyan sa 1 million? No? So, thin capitalization, bawal yan. So, dapat papasok ka sa real estate, at least mga 100 million yung capital mo. Yan, may mabibili ka. Yung purpose mo is to buy and sell land, building. Ano mabili mo dun sa 1 million? No? So, doon pa lang sa establishment pala ng corporations, nare-regulate na. Bawal yung maliit ang capital. Kasi pagdating na, okay, registered na yung corporation, 1 million lang ang capital. During the operation, anong gagawin niya? Mangutang na mangutang. So, 1 million worth na corporation nangungutang ng 500 million. No? Which is, yung sinasabi sa ibang topic na mismatch. No? Mismatching. Mayroon bang magpapautang ng 500 million sa company na 1 million lang ang worth, no? So, the approaches may include multi-factor analysis of the characteristics of the instrument and the issuer. So, yan naman, kasi financial ito, no? So, pautang. So, multi-factor analysis. What are those factors that should be included in the analysis, no? And also the characteristic of the instrument and the issuer. Ano yung instrument na ini-issue? Doon sa PepsiCo, Puerto Rico, ano yung instrument na in-issue nila doon? Sa loan, no? Loans. Parang agreement on the payment of the loans. So, iba-iba yun kasi marami silang mga instrument na in-issue at iba-ibang companies. No? So, the guidance is not intended to prevent countries from implementing approaches to address balance of debt and equity funding. No? Ngayon, try to look at the requirement ng ECEC. No? Pagka ang capital mo, such that may deficit ka na, anong gagawin mo to manage your capital? May capital management na requirement disclosure sa balance sheet, no? Sa financial statement. Okay. Countries may have different views on the application of Article 9. No? Kasi we're talking of transfer pricing, ha? So, Article 9 talaga ito. Yung permanent establishment natin is Article 5 ng Model Tax Convention. And in relation to Article 7 na business profits, ngayon, Article 9 tayo. No? So, determine the balance of debt and equity funding of the entity within the group. No? So the purpose of this guidance is to provide guidance for countries that use the accurate delineation to determine whether a purported loan should be regarded as a loan for tax purposes. No? Kasi loan nga siya, but for tax purposes, iniiba nila yung treatment. No? So para malaman mo talaga na yung loan ba na yan or yung pautang na yan, that financial transactions should be regarded really as a loan, no? Okay. So the descriptions assigned to financial transactions do not constrain the transfer pricing analysis, no? Kaya nga tingnan nyo yung findings ko doon sa isang multinational companies na ang business niya is trading, no? Kumukuha siya ng manufactured goods ng parent company and then binibenta niya dito sa Pilipinas. And then meron siyang standby credit sa parent company of $150 million. And then nag-factor pa siya ng kanyang accounts receivable. Marami pa siyang mga loans. No, may mga stock options siya, lahat na yata ng mga transfer pricing issues nilagay doon sa kanyang balance sheet, no? So what I did, in-analyze ko yung inventory turnover niya, no? Mga 90 days. So yung 90 days na yan, kahit kailan mo pa ipa-factor yung accounts receivable mo, hindi mo naman kailangan ng cash. Why? Because you have a standby credit of 190 million. And at any one time, 90 million pesos lang yung kanyang inventory. So sabi ko, and then, nag-stock option siya, kung ano-ano mga nilagay doon, sabi ko, very, very potential to sa transfer pricing audit. No? Hindi ko alam kung sino yung, pero kung ako yung consultant noon, pabago ko talaga lahat yun. Why? Kasi kitang-kita na eh. Sana kung wala ng guidance ngayon yung transfer pricing, talagang takaw talaga yun sa transfer pricing audit. Napakaraming issues. No? Sa inventory pa lang, doon sa factoring niya, doon sa mga loans niya, sa mga stock options niya, lahat ng financial transactions na question mark na doon sa kanya. No? Okay. And then, meron siyang accountant na pag, pag sinulatan ng examiner, sinasagot niya puro mga cases. In the case of versus ganon. So, nung ginawa ko, the case of ganito is not applicable in this case. Why? Nilagyan ko ng reason. So, sa dami ng mga cases niya, inisa-isa ko rin, nilagyan ko ng reason kung bakit hindi applicable. No? So, kasi tama yung sinasabi dito sa guidance that you have to take a look at the transactions in its totality. Hindi mo siya, kasi ang ginagawa nila, chop-chop nila. So ano naman ang pangontra ng transfer pricing analyst? Try to look at the transactions in totality. Hindi mo natitingnan no, yung part niya. So, makikita mo talaga kung ano yung treatment. So each situation must be examined on its own merits. Kasi sabi ko nga sa inyo that transfer pricing is factual and depending on the uh, merit of its circumstances or kung ano talaga yung factual na nangyari. No? Subject to the prefatory language, prefatory or introductory language in the previous paragraph, accurate delineation of the actual transaction will precede any pricing attempt. No? So, kahit na ano pa yung sasabihin mo, doon pa rin, what will prevail is the actual transaction. Why? Because the actual transaction will manifest the real transaction. So makikita mo talaga, ano ba yan? Pautang ba yan? Pahiram ba yan? O capital ba yan? No? So, accurately delineating advance of funds. No? Kasi sabihin lang nila na ano lang yan, advances. No? So, following economically relevant characteristics may be useful indicators depending on the facts and circumstances. So, ano yon? Presence or absence of a fixed repayment date. No? So, yung mga analyst natin dyan, yung mga estudyante natin, saka mga accountants natin dyan, i-highlight nyo na to ha, kasi meron naman kayong, binigyan naman kayo nito ng kopya ni Hari, no? So, siguro ang maganda, pagawa nyo, i-print nyo, and then along the way, pag binasa nyo, i-highlight nyo yung mga important points, no? So, anong important points dito? Ito yung indicators, ha? Indicators na magsasabi kung ano ba talaga yung transaction, no? So, the presence or absence of a fixed repayment date. Lagyan nyo ng highlights yan. Bakit? Bakit? Pagka meron niyang fixed repayment date, pautang yan, no? Kasi sa obligations on contract, makikita mo na yan, nandyan yung substance. Pero kung wala yung repayment date, kahit kailan niya bayaran, equity yan. Pero kung mayroong fixed repayment date, loan yan, utang yan, debt yan, no? Another indicator is the obligation to pay interest, no? So pag walang sinasabi about interest, equity yan, capital yan, investment yan. Pero kung may nakalagay na obligation to pay interest, then loan yan, no? Another indicator is the right to enforce payment of principal and interest. No? Pautang talaga yan. And the next indicator is the status of the funder in comparison to regular corporate creditors. So, sino ba yung funder na yan? Regular ba talaga yan siya na nagpapautang? O ngayon lang? So, pag ngayon lang, investment yan, no? Ano yan? Equity yan. Another indicator is the existence of financial covenants and security. O may collateral ba yan? May mortgage ba yan? Kasi pag may collateral yan, may mortgage, then loan. Pag wala, then equity. No? Pag sinabi mong equity, ano yan? Investment in shares of stocks or capital. And then, another indicator is the source of interest payment. Saan ba manggagaling yung interest payment? Kasi in some loans, no, na um, agreement, nakalagay talaga dyan na yung company, during the time na meron silang utang, bawal silang mag-issue ng dividend at bawal magbigay ng benefit sa mga stockholders or kung ano man yon. At yung source ng interest payments, kung saan talaga nanggagaling, no? Nakalagay dyan sa documents nila. So another indicator is the ability of the recipient of the funds to obtain loans from unrelated lending institutions. No? Kasi may iba na bawal na mangutang sa iba kung may utang na sa kanila. No? Another is the extent to which the advance is used to acquire capital assets. Yun. Saan ba ginamit yung capital na yun? No? At bakit may mga advances na ganun kalaki? Another is the failure of the purported debtor to repay on the due date or to seek postponement. No? So, halimbawa, hindi naman nakabayad yung nag-loan, no? Na sinasabi nilang loan, hindi naman magbayad on the due date. Pero, baliwala lang. No? Kasi related party, same owner. So, baliwala lang. So, anong ibig sabihin nun? Hindi talaga siya totoong utang. Ano siya? Capital, no? Equity. Okay. So, ito may mga sample dito. Oh, pero isa lang yung sample na mabigay ko sa inyo kasi we're running out of time. So, itong guidance na to ng financial transactions, basahin ninyo to, no? Although, yung mabigay natin sa inyo are sa 2 hours are only overview. No? Pero at least, you have the basis now. Anuhin nyo na lang, expand na lang. No? So for example, consider a situation in which company B, a member of an M&E group, needs additional funding for its business activities. No? So itong si B, no? So kailangan niya ng funds. Company B receives an advance of funds from related company C, no? Which is denominated as a loan with a term of 10 years, no? So, meron bang nagpapautang na 10 years? No? So, meron kasi related party. Assume that in the light of all good faith financial projections of Company B for the next 10 years, it is clear that Company B would be unable to service a loan of such an amount. No? So, sa projection lang, hindi kaya ni Company B na magbayad ng loan na ganun kalaki sa 10 years. No? So, based on facts and circumstances, it can be concluded that an unrelated party would not be willing to provide such a loan to Company B due to its inability to repay the advance. No? So, anong findings? Hindi kaya ni B at wala ring independent party na magpapautang kay B. No? So, anong tawag mo doon? Di yun utang, equity yun. No? Parang tulong mo kasi related party. So, accordingly, the accurately delineated amount of Company C's loan to Company B for transfer pricing purposes would be a function of the maximum amount that an unrelated lender would have been willing to advance to Company B and the maximum amount that an unrelated borrower in comparable circumstances would have been willing to borrow from Company C. No? Including the possibilities of not lending or borrowing any amount. Pero sa totoong buhay, kung ganyan ang sitwasyon, walang third party or independent parties na magpapautang kay B. Kasi una-una wala siyang capacity to pay. No? So the remainder of Company C's advance to Company B would not be delineated as a loan for the purposes of determining the amount of interest which Company B would have paid at arm's length. So hindi siya i-consider na loan. Okay. So ganyan na kasi we're talking of financial transactions. Identifying the commercial or financial relations. So how are you going to identify the commercial or financial relations? Since we're talking of transfer pricing, our topic is transfer pricing, no? And ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, sa transfer pricing, there should be a related party relations. Pag walang related party relationships, walang transfer pricing, no? So pwedeng iba yan, pwedeng fraud, pwede permanent established. Ibang issue yon, hindi dito sa transfer pricing. No? So you have to identify the commercial or financial relations. Any control transaction, accurate delineation of financial transaction requires analysis of the factors affecting the performance of businesses in the industry sector in which the M&A group operates. That's why yung industry background is very important. Once na gumagawa kayo ng transfer pricing analysis, pinakauna talaga dyan yung industry background. That's why kung magpo-focus na tayo talaga sa trabaho natin as transfer pricing analyst, may kliyente o wala, meron na kayong data about industry at nag-a-update kayo palagi, no? So yun ang gagawin natin, hari. No? Yun ang gagawin natin doon sa researcher kasi dati ginagawa ko na 'yan. Pero na kawalaan na ng empleyado, kakaunti na lang, no? Nagpapa-clippings ako sa mga dyaryo noon, nalagay ko diyan ang data about the industries. Pero ngayon hindi na dyaryo kasi soft copy na lahat ngayon Although may mga uh, dyaryo pa rin na companies pero nasa internet na sila, soft copy na, no? So anong gagawin natin? So mag-clippings pa rin tayo, no? Pero soft copy na rin yung mga clippings. No? So because differences exist among industry sectors, factors such as particular point of economic, business, or product cycle. Kasi iba-iba din ang condition ng bawat industry, ha? Kagaya halimbawa, yung rice industry natin, no? Depende din yan per region. Merong mga region na ang gaganda ng kanilang palay, meron din mga region na hindi, no? So, manufacturing industries natin, iba-iba din yan. Yung ating tourism industry, no? Kasi magaganda yung mga beaches natin dito. Okay. So, iba-iba yan. That's why dapat meron na tayong clippings on the conditions of the industry. Okay. So, differences exist among industry sectors. Hindi yan pare-pareho. No? Although yung tourism industry natin, meron sila ngayong TIESA, no? Binigyan sila ng parang incentive ng gobyerno na yung kanilang VAT is zero rated. No? So, the particular point of economic, business, or product cycle, effect of government regulations, availability of financial resources in a given industry. Ito yung mga features that you have to consider to study the control transactions and apply the arm's length principle, of course. Okay. Sige. Basahin nyo yung mga explanations, ha. Economically relevant characteristics of actual financial transactions. Bakit sinasabi dito na actual financial transaction? Kasi yung actual, yan na yung totoo. No? It might be labeled as a different transactions. Pero, pag ikaw yung analyst, titingnan mo talaga ano ba yung actual na transactions. No? And relevant characteristics. Binigyan na tayo kanina ng mga indicators. Ha? So, very important yun yung sinasabi kong i-highlight ninyo. No? So, to inform an analysis of the terms and condition of financial transactions, actual transaction or seeking to price accurately delineated actual transactions, ito yung characteristics that you should consider. No? The contractual terms. Yan. Yan. Sinasabi ko sa inyo daw. Very, very important talaga yung comparability analysis because we are dealing with transfer pricing. No? So ano itong contractual terms? This is part of the comparability analysis na sinasabi ko kanina sa inyo. And why very important yung contractual terms? Kasi wala namang nagpapautang na walang kontrata. No? That's why even if they are related parties, nagpautang siya ng 100 million, tapos sabihin mo, nasaan yung kontrata? Wala pong contract. Huwag kayong maniwala. Why? Because 100 million yan. So even if it is related parties, meron tayong civil law requirements that should be put in writing, especially the statute of fraud under section 482 of the civil law natin, no? Civil code. So, Bakit kailangan in writing? Para hindi makalimutan kasi makakalimutin na ang tao. And yung mga kontrata daw na ang life is more than 1 year, dapat in writing yan to be enforceable. Oh? So, contractual terms. The terms and conditions of the financial transaction between independent enterprises are usually explicitly stated in a written agreement. Hindi pwedeng walang written agreement yan. No? So, between associated enterprises, contractual arrangement may not always provide information in sufficient detail. Yun yung constraint ko talaga. Kasi gumagawa sila ng kontrata na di mo maintindihan. And, ito kaya nga ang ganda na nag-a-analyze tayo ng mga iba't ibang transfer pricing cases. Tingnan nyo yung case ng Coke. No? May talo din yung Coke dyan sa Coca-Cola versus yung IRS, no? Commissioner of Internal Revenue ng US. Bakit talo sila? They lack documentation, especially on their contracts, no? Yung mga pinakita nilang contracts during the transfer pricing audit and during the time na the transfer pricing case already reaches the court. Ano yung pinakita nilang mga kontrata? The contracts are not enforceable. Why? Because they have a defective contract. Oh? So contractual terms are very important. At pag sinabi mo na contract, it should follow the form. Kaya nga ang transfer pricing is very, very particular now of substance. Kasi pati yung contract mo walang substance. Why? Kasi the contracts cannot be enforced. Why? Kulang ng consideration. So very defective. Kaya sabi ko, kahit napakatalinong mga tao, pagdating sa minsan, no, may pagkukulang pa rin, no? Kahit nasabihin mo na may nakakaligtaan ka pa rin, no? So that's the term. Nakakaligtaan ka pa rin, no? Kasi kahit nasabihin mo ikaw na yung pinakamatalino, may kabubuan ka pa rin, no? Hindi mo masabi na wala kang mamimiss, no? So kagaya nung contracts ng Coke na yun, sa dami ng mga ginawa nila ng mga complicated structures, iba-ibang company, iba-ibang functions, iba-iba yung mga ginagawa ng bawat companies, nakalimutan nila yung contracts, no? And yung contracts, may form yan, no? So, walang consideration. So, how can you enforce a contract, no, na walang consideration? Defective, no? Defective and contracts cannot be enforced. So, yun yung findings during the transfer pricing audit. Okay. So, in that case, talo ang Coke doon, no? Ano yun? In-adjust yung income ng Mexico, yung Latin America niya na subsidiaries, at in-adjust dinala sa US, no? Tinax doon sa US. Kasi 285% yung net income ng Puerto Rico. Samantalang ano lang siya doon, very simple lang yung functions niya. No? Ano lang yung functions niya doon? Something like distributor or whatever. Samantalang itong Coca-Cola US, siya yung owner ng intangibles, siya lahat. Dito lang yung income niya. Samantalang yung napakaliit lang ng functions, 285%, no? So it was adjusted. Panalo doon yung IRS. So contracts are very important. And sabi pa ng OECD, try to review the contracts, and also if you are conducting an audit, tingnan mo pa rin, no? See to it that the provision in the contracts are being followed. Kasi sometimes formality lang yung contract. So in between related parties, hindi sinusunod yung contract. Ang contract is only a formality, no? So titingnan mo yung mga provisions and titingnan mo if the contracts are being followed. Okay lang ba yung aking sound, Hari? Okay. So it is therefore necessary to look to other documents, no? Ano pa ang titingnan mo? Look to other documents, the actual conduct of the parties, no? Yung actual conduct of the parties are the true manifestations of the true contract, no? Kasi it can be na iba yung nakasulat sa papel sa kontrata pero iba yung dealings, iba yung totoong nangyayari. Notwithstanding that such consideration may ultimately result in the conclusion that the contractual form and actual conduct are in alignment, no? So dapat ang kontrata at saka yung kilos o galaw ng parties in alignment, no? Ano sila, kumbaga sa ano, pareho. Under economic principles that generally govern relationships between independent enterprises in comparable circumstances to accurately delineate the actual transactions. Para makita mo talaga kung ano yung totoong transaction. No? Functional analysis. So, yun, comparability factors to. No? So, anong titingnan mo? The functions. So, ano yun? What are the actual financial transactions? No? So, identify the functions performed as it's used, risk assumed by the parties to the control transactions. No? So, actually, madali lang ito sabihin, pero sa actual, pag ginawa mo yung functional analysis, mahirap din, no? Lalo na yung sa assets at sa risk. No? So, in particular case of the intergroup loan, the key functions performed by a lender to decide whether and under which terms to advance funds would typically include analysis and evaluation of the risk inherent in the loan. No? Baka pahiram siya ng pahiram, wala namang capacity to pay itong nanghihiram. No? So, capability to commit capital of the business to the investment, determine the terms of the loan, and organizing and documenting the loan. No? So, magkasama talaga yan. Kaya sa transfer pricing, magastos na documentation. No? This may also include any ongoing monitoring and periodic review of the loan. No? So, yan ang sa actual na nagpapautang, meron talaga yan, monitoring and periodic review of the loan. Pero kung yung loan na yan, gawa-gawa lang, then masasabi mo na hindi yan minomonitor. No? Kasi gawa-gawa nga lang eh. No? Okay. Basahin nyo yung mga explanation dyan ha, kasi hindi tayo aabot sa oras natin kung isa-isahin natin yan. But that is a guide, no? Guidance ito ng OECD, so you read that. Characteristic of financial instruments. So what are the characteristics of the financial instruments? Ano ba yan? Yung standard o may gawa sila na sariling characteristic? No? So may wide variety ng financial instruments in the open market. No? Iba-iba yan eh. Yung mga loan packages ng mga bangko, iba-iba yan. Iba-ibang mga features. No? Different features and attributes which may affect the pricing of those products or services. So consequently, when pricing control transactions, it is important to document the transactions, features, and attributes. So pagka gumagawa ka ng analysis mo, tingnan mo ano ba yung features, ano ba yung mga conditions dyan sa loans na yan. Because when you make your transfer pricing analysis report, disclose mo lahat yan. No? Kaya nga may isang company na pinareview nila sa Singapore yung gawa ko. Ano sabi nila? The related party transactions are not explained well. Ano sagot ko? I depend on your documents. Paano ko ma-explain well? Manghingi ka ng dokumento, ayaw ka bigyan. No? Kaya nga sabi ko, the explanation will be coming from you. Wala nga namang gagawa ako ng sarili kong explanation. No? So it depends on the documents presented to you. Kasi kung kagaya niyan, manghingi ka ng documents, i-question ka nila at confidential daw. So how can you make? No? Pagka ganyan na yung kliyente, alam niyo, ayaw ko nang kausap. Ayaw ko nang kausap. Kaya ngayon, may mga experiences na akong ganyan. Sa kontrata pa lang ilalagay ko na documents should be provided. Ito na, nakalatag na lahat. No? So those are lessons learned for the consultant. No? Pag kayo yung consultant, dapat very particular kayo sa documentations. Kasi umpisa pa lang, bago nyo gawin yung engagement, nakalatag na lahat. No? Lalong-lalo na yung mga expenses. Yung iba ayaw na mag-spend. No? Bayaran ka lang, tawad ng fee mo. Pagkatapos, pag may mga expenses, ipapa-shoulder pa sa'yo, kawawa ka. No? So, very clear na doon pa lang sa engagement. No? So, in the case of the loan, characteristics may include but are not limited to the amount of the loan. No? Maturity. Ito yan na yung characteristics, ha? Schedule of repayment, nature or purpose of the loan. So ano ba yan? Trade credit, merger, acquisition, mortgage. Yung klaseng loan ba yan? No? Maalala ko pa sa pag naglo-loan ka, pag empleyado ka, ang purpose mo, consumption. Anong consumption? Ubusin mo. No? Gastusin mo. So dito, since business to, trade credit, merger, acquisition, mortgage, yun yung mga sample na purpose. No? Level of seniority and subordination. Ano yung level of seniority and subordination ng company or yung standing niya in the group, no? As a member of the group. Geographical location of the borrower. Saan ba siya? Dito sa Asia Pacific? Dito sa Philippines? Doon sa Europe? Iba pag sa Europe, no? Iba ang usapan doon. Currency. Ano ba yung currency involved in the loan, no? Sa Japanese, yen sila no? Collateral provided, may collateral ba na required? Presence and quality of any guarantee. Itong loan ba ni Company B, guaranteed ba to? Sino nag-guarantee? The parent company or the other related company? Whether the interest rate is fixed or floating, no? Yun yung sabi ng isang client ko na sa Singapore sila nag-loan kasi fixed, no? Fixed for the next 9 years. Yung loan nila sa Singapore, 1% per annum. Imagine that. No? At naka-fix pa sa 9 years. So, paano hindi ka mangutang? No? Mangutang ka talaga. Pag floating, lugi ka dito. Why? Because it will change. At ang changes pa naman yan, hindi pa baba, pataas. No? Okay. Sa Pilipinas, halos walang fixed na loan dito, puro floating. Kaya kawawa yung mga nangungutang. No? Economic circumstances, this is another comparability factors. So what are the economic circumstances when the loan was granted? No? So, comparability requires the market in which the independent and associated enterprises operate do not have differences. No? Kasi, pag sinabi mong economic circumstances, dapat pareho para comparable. No? Prices of financial instruments may vary substantially on the basis of underlying economic circumstances. No? Kasi halimbawa, kagaya yung may COVID, no? So what happened to the loans? 'Di ba yung mga loans pinospone yung payment, no? So what happened to the interest? Okay. So vary across currencies, geographic locations, local regulations, business sector of the borrower, and the timing of the transaction. So yun yung mga factors na titingnan nyo when you analyze the economic circumstances. No? Kaya maganda itong guidance na ito, kompleto. Pag gagawa ka na ngayon ng transfer pricing analysis, sundan mo na lang to. No? At saka i-explain mo bawat example or economic circumstances, explain mo. You have now the idea. Although, kung transfer pricing analyst ka, you have to make also yung bantayan mo rin yung economic trends, no? Yung economic trends, yung economic conditions, dapat dinodocument mo rin yan. Kasi pagdating na sa actual study, yun ang pinakamahirap. Saan ka maghanap ng economic conditions? You will be forced now to buy from a commercial database. And how much is the information from a commercial database cost? $100,000, no? Kaya nga may Japan na pumunta sa akin dito na meron din daw silang database and i-offer daw niya sa akin at cheapest price. Yung Singapore, napakamahal, no? Yeah, lalo na yung mga European na mga commercial database, sobrang mahal, no? Sa isip-isip ko, saan kaya sila kumukuha ng pera na ganito kamahal? Paano ka naman maka-afford magbayad? They can afford because yung mga multinationals na mga very, very big multinationals, nandun yan sa kanila, so nandun yung pera. So they have the money and they can pay, no? Pero kung dito ka sa Pilipinas, na wala mang pera dito, talagang magtiyaga ka. Ikaw na talaga yung gagawa ng sarili mong study at mag-compile ng sarili mong mga references para hindi ka mahirapan. No? Parang ang gawin mo dito, sariling kayod. Kasi di ka pwedeng umasa sa commercial database na sobrang mahal. No? Yung professional fee mo maubos sa kabibili mo ng data. No? Buti kung iso-shoulder yan ng client po. May mga client na sobrang stricto. No? Okay. Currency differences, potential important factor. No? So, economic factors such as growth rate, inflation rate, volatility of exchange rates. Alam nyo, dun sa Ramo Wonders 2019, yung elimination ng comparables, nandoon yung volatility of the profit ng company. Pwede mo siyang i-disallow as a comparable kung sobrang volatile or napaka bilis ng movement ng profit niya. Profit siya ngayon, mamaya-maya, lugi na naman, profit na naman. Napakagalaw niya, no? Parang sa dagat. Ano yung contention mo kung magalaw yung dagat? Turbulent, no? Hindi stable, hindi maganda, no? So mean that otherwise similar financial instrument issued in different currencies may have different prices, no? Kasi different currencies yan, different prices. Halimbawa, yung currency mo is yen, no? Compared mo sa dollar, compared mo sa euros, magkakaiba yan. Prices for financial instruments in the same currency may vary also across financial market or countries due to regulations such as interest rate controls, exchange rate controls, foreign exchange restrictions, and other legal and practical restrictions on financial market access. Although, meron tayong mga association, di ba? Association of Asian Nation, kung ano-ano mga association natin. Kaya they are trying also to treat yung some circumstances similarly, no? Kaya kagaya niyang interest rate halimbawa, pinag-uusapan na nila yan. That's why, nung maalala ko si President Noynoy Aquino noon, bakit nagkaroon ng mga pagbabago noong 2015, no? Noong 2015, doon pa lang tayo nagkaroon ng Philippine Competition Commission. Ang daming mga bago noon because that was part of the commitment of President Noynoy Aquino to the ASEAN countries. Why? Kasi during that time, may mga proposals or may mga plano yung association ng mga countries at ginagawa nila na uniform tayo, no? So, kasi sabi dito may mga currency vary financial markets or countries due to regulation. So, anong ginagawa nila? Yung mga leaders, at least, para hindi magkakalayo, no? Para hindi mahirapan yung, lalo na ngayon, digitized na, no? One world na lang tayo. So, dapat hindi magkakalayo yung ating mga regulations para competitive, no? Business strategies, this is also another comparability factors. So what happened to these business strategies? Business strategies are adapted by the company differently. Kung ano yung nasa isip nila, anong gusto nilang strategize, so be it. No? So but that is part of the study in transfer pricing. Why? Because business strategies must also be examined, no, in accurately delineating the actual financial transactions. Para malaman mo yung actual financial transactions, alamin mo kung ano yung strategies na ginawa nila. No? Because you have to determine comparability for transfer pricing purposes. No? Kasi different business strategies may affect, no, the terms and conditions ng kontrata kung it is being agreed between independent enterprises. No? So, magkakaiba ang business strategies, may effect yan sa pag-conclude ng contract. No? Example, independent lenders may be prepared to lend on terms and conditions to an enterprise undertaking a merger or uh, acquisition which might otherwise not be acceptable to the lender for the same business if it were in a steady state. Pero mo nag-merger na at saka acquisition, magpapautang ka ba? No? Siyempre, yung nagpapautang, depende yan sa kondisyon. Kung halimbawa, dati ka ng client ng banks, din magpapautang. Pero kung bago ka lang, nag-apply sa isang bangko and then nag-merger ka or acquisition na, hindi yan magpapautang. No? That is very risky on the part of the lending institution. Treasury function. So, ito, sabi na natin, yung mga multinational companies or group of related parties, may treasury yan sila. They have a national treasury. And mind you, they are sometimes acting more, they are bigger than a nation. No? Yung talagang mayayaman na multinational companies, daig pa nila yung ekonomiya ng Pilipinas. Mas mayaman pa sila kaysa sa isang maliit na bansa. No? Okay. So, treasury functions. At yung multinationals na malalaki, meron yan silang sariling treasury. No, parang tayo, di ba, yung bansa natin. Meron tayong Bureau of the Treasury. Yun yung nagdi-dispense ng ating mga budget. No? Okay. So, M&A groups, management of group finances is an important and potentially complex activity. Why potentially complex? Kasi, bakit napaka-importante ng treasury? Doon lahat pumapasok yung pera. No? Doon nasasaipon niya ng National Treasury. So, even if you have 1,000 companies all over the world, isa lang pupuntahan yan, doon lang sa treasury. No? Nasasaipon lahat ng treasury yung pera. At may treasury guide dyan kung papaano mag-disburse, no, ng pera. That's why I try multinational company na audit ko. I try to ask the treasury guide. No? Sinama ko doon sa hindi talaga nagbigay kasi confidential sa kanila yun eh. Okay. And potentially complex activity where the approach adopted by individual businesses will depend on the structure of the business itself. No? Its business strategy, place in the business cycle, industry sector, currencies of operations, and others. Kaya alam nyo na gustuhan ko talaga ang transfer pricing. Why? Kasi pag nag-aral siya, very, very specific. No? Tingnan mo pag nag-study ka ng transfer pricing, study mo rin yung business itself. No? So the industry itself, the business strategy ng taxpayer. No? To place in the business cycle, industry sector, currency operation, and many more. No? Organization of the treasury will depend on the structure of the given M&A group and the complexity of its operations. Very complicated hindi naman yung operations ng M&A. Why? Lalo na they are developing a very sophisticated product, no? And that very sophisticated product is gaining or kumikita, no? So, it added complexity, lalo na ang dami nilang pera, they have to manage everything, including cash, no? So, different treasury structures involve different degree of centralization. Yan ang nangyari kay Bill Gates, no? Yung, ano ba yung company ni Bill Gates? Sa computer, Hari?
Windows mo.
Windows. Hindi, meron pa. Windows yung niya, operating system. Yung isa pa, ano nga yung company ni Bill Gates? Nandyan yan, sikat yan eh. No? It was at that time na nagka-problema yung si Bill Gates. Why? Ano mo nga yung company ni Bill Gates? I-search mo. Bakit nagka-problema si Bill Gates? Because they have so much cash. No? Sobra-sobra yung cash nila, hindi nila alam saan nila gagamitin. Anong pangalan?
Wait lang, ma'am.
Doon sa akin, kasi mamaya nag-collapse tayo dyan.
Microsoft nga ma'am, Windows.
Wow.
Microsoft.
Wala kang sinabi na Microsoft, sinabi mo Windows. No,
Pero
Microsoft.
yun din yun ma'am eh.
Ano?
Yun din yun.
Wag mo na akong anuhin, Hari, na yung Windows, yun din yun. No, tumigil ka. Hindi yan, ganyan na. So, Microsoft yung ano ni Bill Gates, no? So, there was a time na yung Microsoft nagka-problema. Why? Because they have so much cash. Hindi nila alam kung saan nila dadalhin. No? So, the organization of the treasury will depend on the structure of a given M&A group and the complexity of its operations. No? So, different treasury structures involve different degrees of centralization. Kaya pagka may treasury ka na yung malaking companies, meron yan silang tinatawag na treasury guide. No? So, in the most decentralized form, its M&E within the M&E group has full autonomy over its financial transactions. No? Depende na sa, kumbaga, sa rule ng group, no? Na bibigyan nila ng autonomy yung bawat company. Most of the time, hindi. No? Kasi bakit? Most of the time, controlled yung mga yan and yung decision making nila, galing lang yan sa head office of the parent company. No? Okay. Basahin ninyo yung treasury functions, Very, very important yan. At saka ang dami nyo matutunan dyan. But we are constrained of time, so hindi natin yan ma-discuss isa-isa. Siguro itong financial transactions na to na guidance, hindi nga tumatapos ng 4 hours, no? Since updates naman ito, so you have the idea, so you have to study, no? May may guide. Intragroup loans, no? So itong intragroup loans, loans ito within the group, no? So lenders and borrowers perspectives. Sino yung nagpapautang at sino yung nangutang? So, consider the commercial and financial relations between the associated borrower and lender. Kaya nga, sa transfer pricing, di ba sabi niya, you have to look at the transactions at its totality. Sino yung nangutang, sino yung nagpautang, no? And in an analysis of the economically relevant characteristics of the transactions, both the lender's and borrower's perspective should be taken into account, acknowledging that this perspective may not align in every case. Doon sa case ng PepsiCo, sino yung nangutang doon at sino yung nagpapautang, pareho lang na related parties. And ano yung mga features or ano yung mga covenant doon sa loan, no? So such that yung pagpapautang na yun, hindi siya arm's length kasi yung mga conditions nila para lang sa related parties, no? Na parang hindi siya acceptable sa independent parties, no? Okay. It is important to consider the risk that the funding arrangement carry for the party providing the funds. Okay. So, yan na, pumasok na yung risk. Bakit? Kasi, pag nagpautang ka, may risk talaga. Ano yun? The risk na yung pinautang mo cannot pay. No? So, it is very important to consider the risk, no, sa funding arrangement. The risk related to the acceptance and use of the funds from the perspective of the recipient. No? Saan ba ginamit? Saan ba gagamitin yung funds? Kasi usually, kagaya yung mga dinisalaw ko na interest expense, hindi naman yan talaga kailangan. Saan ba niya gagamitin? No? The risk will relate to repayment of the amounts transferred, compensation expected for the use of that amount over time, and compensation for other associated risk factors. No? So, meron naman akong dinisalaw na isang loan, no? Nung time na talaga nag-audit ako, dinisalaw ko because capital expense. Ano yun? Mall siya. So, ang dami niyang pera. Hindi niya kailangan ng loan. Nag-loan siya pagkalaki-laki. And then, ang laki ng charge na yan, interest expense. Sabi ko, ba't ka nangutang? Sabi niya, ma'am, nagpapagawa kami ng mall. Oh, so much more so. Bakit? Since yung utang niya, ginamit niya doon pagpatayo ng mall, should be capitalized, no? Pati yung interest noon should be capitalized for the cost of the mall. So, hindi mo pwede na gawing operating expenses yun. Kaya hindi naman operating expense yun. That is a capital expense, no? Kaya you have to see to it talaga. Kaya nga ang transfer pricing, sabi na natin, is factual, no? Depending on the circumstances of the case. Kaya alam nyo, enjoy din yung nag-audit, no? Kasi during the audit talaga, sa totoo lang, dami mo makikita, no? So, enjoy lang ako nung ako ang nag-audit. Nung ako na ino-audit, Diyos ko po, hindi ko alam, kahit natutulog ka, iniisip mo yung i-audit ka, hindi mo alam yung ano yung nararamdaman mo. So, ang hirap pala. But that's life, no? Is naranasan ko paano i-audit. Credit rating of the MNE or MNE group, no? So ano ba yung credit rating nung nangungutang, no? So credit rating of the MNE or MNE group usually referred to as the issuer credit rating, no? Yung mga dito sa atin, 'di ba, meron tayong listahan ng mga na ban sa pangungutang, no? Dahil nauso yung mga credit card, no? Lahat ng tao may credit card. Tapos, utang dito, utang doon. Tapos, hindi na makabayad. Tapos, taguan. No? So, what happened to your credit rating? Wala. Nakaban ka. May mga listahan sila na ito. Kasi ganito, hindi na pwedeng pautangin. No? So, I'm 64 years old. Ni isang credit card, hindi ko naranasan magkaroon ng credit card. Bakit? No, bakit? Alam nyo, yung sarili natin, dapat kilalanin natin talaga eh. Bakit? Kasi impulsive ako eh. No? So sabi ko, kung may mga credit card ako, busin ko to, utang ng utang, wala akong pambayad, baka makulong pa ako. No? So anong ginawa ko? Hindi ako ng credit card, kahit sino pa yung over na over sa akin. No? Sabi ko, ang katwiran ko, pag may pera ako, bibili. Pag walang pera, tiis. No? So, yun, umabot ako ng 64 years old, ni isang credit card, wala. And, negative pala yan dito sa atin. Sa iba, ano pala sa kanila yung parang plus factor pala sa kanila yung marami kang credit card. Kasi pag may credit card ka, marunong ka magbayad. Pag wala kang credit card, ibig sabihin hindi ka marunong magbayad. Which is true to me. Kasi hindi ako marunong magbayad. So, wala akong credit card. Kasi wala akong mabayaran. Ayoko mangutang. No? Pero sa ibang bansa, kailangan pala may credit card ka. No? So, yun yung credit rating. Kasi, i-rate ka eh. Paano ka magbayad ng credit mo, no? So, such an opinion is usually premised on the MNE or MNE group's capacity and willingness to meet its financial obligations in accordance with the terms of those obligations. No? So the credit rating of the MNE or MNE group is effectively a form of relative ranking, no, of the creditworthiness in comparison to other borrowers. No? Creditworthiness, ibig sabihin yung maganda kang mangutang. No? So a lower credit rating will indicate a greater risk of default and be expected to result in a higher rate of return for lenders. Para sa akin, since related parties to, hindi naman issue sa kanila yung credit rating eh. Why? Kasi sila din yun. Sila din nagpapatakbo ng corporations. No? Actually, yung mga corporations sometimes ginagawa lang yan for a purpose. No? So, credit rating of the MNE, ano yun na lang yan kasi anong oras na tayo? 3:11 na pala. Okay. Okay. So, you learn more about credit rating. Credit rating determination. So, of course, there are so many factors that will influence your credit rating. No? Use of publicly available financial tools or methodologies to approximate credit ratings. Okay. Before we continue, 5 minutes break muna tayo ha. CCR lang. Ilan yung ating ano? Use of publicly available financial tools. Approximate credit rating. Okay, so let's continue with our discussion. And now, um, effect of group membership, no? So what is the effect of group membership? Ito yung effect of group membership to the credit rating of a certain company. Why? Kasi pagka member ka ng group, kahit na halimbawa, maliit ka lang ng company, and then ito lang yung assets mo. But by being a member of the group, yung halimbawa parent company mo is a big company with so much assets, may bearing yun dun sa credit rating mo because you are a member of the group na malaking mga companies. So, ikaw din, bibigyan ka rin ng magandang credit rating nung financing companies. No? So, yun yung sinasabi na effect ng group membership. No? Okay. Use of M&E group credit rating. No? Kasi halimbawa, ito pala ang ginagawa ng no? Kasi we are discussing naman about transfer pricing eh. So doon na tayo sa yung ano talaga na nangyayari kasi ito guidance lang naman to eh, no? So sa group, halimbawa ikaw yung company established dito sa Pilipinas. Ang gagawin pala ng grupo, instead of, kasi yan din yung ginawa ng medieval times, no? Ano ba yun? Medieval attractions, no? Nag-put up sila ng branch sa US, pero ayaw nilang maglabas ng pera sa US, no? So what they did, nag-put up sila ng company doon, and then nangutang sila, no? Since you are a member of the M&E group, maganda yung credit rating mo. Why? Kasi pinakita nila yung mga shareholders nila kung sino, ito yung mga assets, no? So maganda yung credit rating. So ganun din sa M&E group. Pag maganda yung credit rating ng grupo, so establish sila ng bagong company sa isang lugar, hindi sila maglalabas ng pera, maglo-loan sila doon, no? So doon na din kinukuha yung ginagamit nila na capital, and then since maganda naman yung kanilang process, kanilang system, kumikita, nababayaran nila yung loan, no? Magagaling sila. They're a good businessman. Kagaya yung sa medieval times, yung mga dinner shows, yung mga realistic shows na may mga kabayo, mga knights, jousting, no? Yung nagtutusukan ng bakal. And then may mga nights, no? So instead na makikita natin 'yon sa mga medieval times, yung mga unang panahon pa, diyan sa dinner show nila, papagawa sila mga castle, makikita mo talaga actual, no? Pero sabi ni Sir Eugene Hari, meron na daw dito yan sa Pilipinas. Na dinner show, tapos may mga ganyan daw, may mga kabayo.
Wala pa ako nakikita.
Kaya nga, sabi ko,
Peryahan nito.
peryahan lang dito sa Pilipinas. Eh. Parang sabi ko, that is very expensive, ah. Pero mo yung mga kabayo, i-maintain mo, magkano yung ng kabayo, yung maintenance ng kabayo. Sabi doon sa YouTube channel ni Eva Subic na tiningnan ko, sa Afghanistan, kasi nagkabayo siya doon eh. Sabi nung marunong sa kabayo, yun sila yung parang mga contest, parang mga shows sa kabayo, sabi niya, talagang daw yung pag-alaga ng kabayo is a passion. Why? Kasi yung isang kabayo lang daw na i-maintain mo, parang isang pamilya na rin, no? Paano tayo makapag-maintain ng kabayo dito sa Pilipinas? Hindi nga natin mapakain na maayos yung pamilya natin, no? Ang mahal-mahal ng kinakain din ng kabayo. No? At saka yung kabayo nila, lalaki, super. No? So, malaki din yung kain nun. Parang sa aso din. No? Kaya pag nag-alaga ka ng aso, maliit lang, para maliit din yung kain. No? So, use of the M&A group credit rating. Pagka maganda yung group mo, nakikerry yun ng member ng group. No? Kagaya yung sa medieval times, maganda yung credit rating ng mga shareholders nila na mga Spaniards, no, from Spain. Ang gaganda ng credit ratings. Kaya pagdating nila sa US, hindi sila nahihirapan. Just like Japanese companies. Ang ganda ng mga credit ratings ng Japanese companies. Kaya hindi yan sila nahihirapan. All over the world, they are respected. No? Covenants. Ano itong mga covenants? Ito yung mga uh, agreement, yung mga commitments, no? So, maintenance covenants. So, the purpose of covenants in a loan agreement is generally to provide a degree of protection to the lender, no? Halimbawa lang ha, yung na-audit ko, nag-loan sila sa PNB. 'Di ba, pagka malaki na yung accumulated earnings mo, itatax ka na ng BIR ng 10% accumulated earnings tax. Ano yung reason niya? Ma'am, we are banned from declaring dividends. Why? Because we have a loan in the PNB. And ang isang covenant namin is not to declare dividend habang may utang kami sa PNB. Kaya lumaki yan. Sabi ko, dapat inappropriate nyo na yan. Hindi nyo na nilagay doon sa written earnings. Hiniwalay nyo para hindi siya improperly accumulated earning tax. By the way, during the create law, wala nang improperly accumulated earnings tax. Ha? Wala na. You can accumulate as much as you can. Wala na. Bakit? Losing na yung mga company. Sabi ko, wrong timing naman to. Kung kailan pa nalulugi yung mga company, walang accumulated earnings, saka tinanggal yung accumulated earnings tax. Parang wrong timing. Okay lang. So, encourage covenants require or prohibit certain actions by the borrower without the consent of the lender. No? So, incurrence covenants may, for example, prohibit the borrower from taking on additional debt. O, huwag kang mangutang ng sobra-sobra kasi baka hindi ka makabayad sa akin. Creating any charge on the assets of the entity or disposing of particular assets of the entity, thus giving some degree of certainty over the balance sheet of the borrower. Siyempre, yung borrower, kinakabahan din yan, no? Pag nagpautang ka. So, dapat yun yung purpose ng mga covenants. Yung covenants, ito yung mga restrictions na ibibigay mo dun sa nangutang sa iyo. No? Okay. Guarantees, no? Guarantee from another party may be used to support the borrower's credit, no? So, yung ginawa nung medieval times, ano yung guarantees niya na nangutang sila sa US nung nag-branch out sila doon? Yung guarantees ng mga shareholders nila, yung mga Spanish businessmen, no? So, sila yung nag-guarantee. Ngayon, ang dami-dami na nila, tingnan mo hari, yung medieval times sa US, hindi lang doon sa Florida, hindi lang dalawa. Kasi yung may case sila noon na 1980s sa transfer pricing, dalawa pa lang, yung in-expand nila. Ngayon, ang dami na. Meron na New Jersey, meron na super dami na ng mga branches nila sa US. Ibig sabihin, kumikita, no? Maganda yung management nila. Okay. Determining the arm's length interest rate of intragroup loans, no? So, since we're talking of transfer pricing, then we are very much interested on the arm's length principle. And dito sa interest rate, kasi loan. So, ang pinag-usapan dito, interest. Because we're talking of the cost of money, no? So, yun bang interest rate mo is arm's length, no? So, you have to determine that, na arm's length yung interest imposed by the parties in the loan, no? Comparable and controlled price method. Ano yung comparable and controlled price method? You compare the interest rate or the price of the interest, no? Sa actual transactions, no? Pag sinabi mo kasi na comparable and controlled price method, you are comparing. At ano yung kino-compare mo dito? The price of the interest, no? So, dapat, ano yung benchmark natin? Kagaya dito sa Pilipinas, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas interest rate. Sa Europe naman, yung LIBOR. Sa Japan naman, meron din sila. No? Japan interest rate. No? Interbank offered rate. No? So, iba-iba yan. And then we have the loans, fees, and charges. So dito sa loans, fees, and charges, see to it also that the fees and charges are arm's length. Hindi ibig sabihin na that is a loan between the related parties. Baka sobrang laki naman yung charge na fees and charges ng related party to another related party na nagungutang, no? cost of funds, no? So ano yung cost of funds? Kasi yung cost of funds, kagaya ng isang bangko, mangungutang siya sa central bank. Halimbawa, rural bank, mangungutang siya sa central bank. Halimbawa, yung rate is 2% interest rate. Ipapautang niya ngayon dito sa kanyang mga um, borrowers ng mas mataas. No? So, dapat ang cost of funds mo such that mas mababa yan kaysa doon sa interest rate mo na papautang so that may kita ka. No? So, ano yun? Dapat arm's length rin. No? So, cost of funds approach could be used as an alternative to price intragroup loans in some circumstances. No? So, the cost of funds will reflect the borrowing cost incurred by the lender in raising the funds to lend. Actually, yung napakagandang case sana ng transfer pricing dito sa Pilipinas noon, yung sa PhilInvest. But since wala pa tayong transfer pricing guidelines noon, walang nangyari, nakarating sa korte. Ano lang pinakolect ng korte? Doc stamps, no? But that was a very good case sana for transfer pricing. Why? Ano nangyari dun sa PhilInvest? Yung PhilInvest nangutang sa bangko, malaki yung utang niya. Yung proceeds ng funds, pinautang niya sa subsidiary niya o sa related party niya at no interest, no? So is it arm's length? No, it's not arm's length. Why? Nangutang ka, may cost of funds ka, tapos pinautang mo na walang interest. Ano yun? Ano yun? Matino ba yung pag-iisip nun na ako, nangutang ako may interest, pinautang ko dito walang interest. Matino ba yun? Is it arm's length? That is not arm's length. Kaso lang, hindi pa alam nung judge kung ano yung arm's length. So, anong ginawa? Okay lang daw yun. Tama lang daw yung ginawa nung PhilInvest. Pinakolekta lang yung doc stamps. No? Eh, siyempre, korte yung nagsabi, siyempre, susunod ka. No? So, yun yung constraint eh. Okay, we have a very good law in transfer pricing. Pagdating sa korte, alam ba nila? Eh, kung hindi, wala mangyayari dun sa case mo. Kagaya nun, pinakolekta lang yung doc stamps. Instead na mag-impose ka sana ng interest for the cost of money na pinautang, eh wala. No? So, yun yung kawawa. Credit default swaps. No? Credit default swaps reflect the credit risk linked to an underlying financial asset. No? So, in the absence of information regarding the underlying asset that could be used as comparable transaction, taxpayers and tax administrations may use the spread of credit default swaps to calculate the risk premium associated to intragroup loans. Ito yung credit default swaps between parties na to eh, no? Parang hedging din na may ginagawa yung parties in order to anticipate, no? Yung parang risk management nila ito, eh, no? So, financial instrument traded in the market, credit default swaps may be subject to a high degree of volatility. Anong high degree of volatility? Magalaw, no? So, this volatility may affect the reliability of credit default swaps as proxies to measure the credit risk associated to a particular investment in isolation. Since the credit default spread may reflect not only the risk of default, but also other non-related factors, such as the liquidity of the credit default swaps contracts or the volume of contracts negotiated. No? So these are between related parties. No? Economic modeling. Ito mga ginagawa to sa financial transactions. So certain industries rely on economic model to price intragroup loans by constructing an interest rate as a proxy to an arm's length interest rate. So ano talaga ang pinaka-base mo dito? The arm's length interest rate. Ano yung benchmark mo sa interest rate? Sa atin, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas interest rate, no? Sa iba, ano pa? Sa economic modeling natin, ano pa? In the most common variation, economic models calculate an interest rate through a combination of a risk-free interest rate and a number of premiums associated with different aspects of the loan. O hindi ko alam dahil sa COVID, what happened to the interest rate. Bumaba ba siya o tumaas? Kasi sobrang naapektuhan sa COVID, no, sa pandemic. So, default risk, liquidity risk, expected inflation or maturity. No? So, in some instances, economic models would also include elements to compensate the lender's operational expenses. So, may mga ibang factor pa sila na sinasama in the computation ng interest or the cost of money. Okay. Bank opinions, no? Taxpayer may seek to evidence the arm's length rate of interest on an intra-group loan by producing written opinions from independent banks, sometimes referred to as bankability opinion, no? Stating what interest rate the bank would apply were it to make a comparable loan to the particular enterprise. So ano yun? Bankability opinion. Kung meron yan dito sa atin, no? Stating of what is the condition now ng mga financing companies dito sa Pilipinas. Ang alam ko, ang daming nalugi na financing company during the pandemic, no? Kasi 'di ba suspended yung payment. Tapos walang pambayad yung mga tao. No? So, ang daming na lugi. Lalo na siguro yung mga nagmumotor na nagpapa 5-6, no? Kasi wala na makain yung tao, wala na mabayad, no? So cash pooling. Use of cash pool is popular among multinational enterprises. Ano yun, yung cash pooling? Pagsama-samahin nila yung kanilang bank debit and credit, no? And then efficient management yun ng cash, no? By bringing together either physically or notionally the balances on a number of separate bank accounts. Kung saan nandyan yan. Depending on the particular arrangement in place, a cash pool can help to achieve more effective liquidity management. Kung kailan nila kailangan yung cash at kailangan nilang gamitin, so nakaka-pool sila na ma-manage nila. Alam nila kung ano yung mga existing balances sa bangko. So, whereby reliance on external borrowing can be reduced. Oh, bakit ma-reduce yung external borrowing? Kasi may available cash sila. Where there is a cash surplus, no? Enhanced return may be earned on any aggregated cash balance. Why aggregated cash balance? Kasi balances yun ng mga iba't ibang grupo na nandyan lang sa bangko. Hindi naman nila kinukuha. But yung cash pooling, alam nila yung mga debit and credits dyan sa mga bangko at alam nila kung magkano yung balances na magagamit nila when it comes to financial needs, no? Financing cost may also be reduced by eliminating the bank spread embedded in the interest. So, ang dami nilang matipid because of this cash pooling, which would be payable or receivable on a number of separate debit or credit account balances and by reducing banking transaction cost, no? So, within them na lang yung cash pooling, kung sino yung nangangailangan at sino yung may surplus, hindi na sila mangungutang, no? So, less bank loans, less interest payment, no? Physical pooling. Ito naman, physical pooling arrangement, the bank account balances for all pool members are transferred daily to a single central bank account, no? Owed by the cash pool leader. Yung kanina kasi, yung cash pooling, walang physical yun. Itong physical, talagang pinagsama-sama, no? Para po kailangan nila, nandyan na. Notional pooling, cash pool. Some of the benefits of combining credit and debit balances of several accounts are achieved without any physical transfer of balances between the participating members. Ito yung notional pooling. Isara mo na yung and then i-on mo na uli yung aircon. No? Okay. The bank notionally aggregate the various balances of the individual accounts of participating members and pays or charges interest according to the net balance. So, at least, kung ginamit nila yung cash ng isang member, mayroon ding interest charges. No? Okay. accurate delineation of cash pooling transactions, no? So, ano ba talaga yung purpose ng cash pooling transactions? Meron na tayong mga indicators kanina on how to delineate the actual transactions. So, ganun din sa cash pooling. Okay. Determining the arm's length price of cash pooling transactions. Siyempre, ano ba yung interest, imposed na interest sa loans? O ganun din dapat sa cash pooling transactions. Why? Kung sinabi natin na arm's length transactions, magkano ba yung earnings ng funds na yan sa independent parties? Dapat ganun din ang remuneration ng member of those who pull their cash, no? To make it arm's length. No? So yun yung purpose talaga ng transfer pricing study. That's why we are studying this guidance on the transfer pricing for financial transactions. Why? Ano ang dinedetermine dito? The arm's length remuneration of those parties who are members on the cash pooling transactions. Rewarding the cash pool leader functions. Siyempre lahat yan. May mga rewards yan. Why? Kasi may kasamang responsibilities yan. So you have to reward those who are also giving their services. No? So, kuha tayo ng isang example lang ha. Yung ibang mga example, kayo na study dyan. Isang sample lang para yung principle natin, explain. So for example 1, X is the parent entity of the M&E group which has subsidiaries H, J, K, and L which participate in a physical cash pooling arrangement. No? So ano yung cash pooling? Pinagsama-sama nila yung cash nila with fellow subsidiary M acting as cash pool leader. So si M ang cash pool leader, di ba sabi natin dapat may compensation siya. Siya yung leader, siya yung magtatrabaho. All participants have the same functional currency and that is the only currency in the pool. No? So pare-pareho lang, isang pera lang sila. M sets up an intra-group cash pooling arrangement with an unrelated bank. Legal arrangements are put in place for all participants which allow transfers to or from M's cash concentration account to meet a specified target balance for its pool participant. Okay. So, yun na yung ginawa nila, nag-cash pool sila. Under the Cash Management Services Agreement, of course, may agreement yan sila. The bank makes any transfers necessary to meet the target balance for its pool participant with any net surplus deposited by M or any net overdrawn position being met by the bank lending to M. The facility that M may draw on is guaranteed by X. No? Sino to si X? The third-party bank pays interest to or receives interest from M based on the overall pooled position. No? Siguro si X, ito yung parent company nila. No? Sino ba to si X? Balikan natin. X parent entity. So parent entity, guaranteed niya yung facility ni M. No? The third-party bank pays interest to or receives interest from M based on the overall pooled position. So in this instance, M receives surplus funds from M&E group members H and J and provide funds to M&E group members K and L. So saan siya kumuha ng funds? Kay H and J. Kanino niya pinrovide? Kay K and L, which have a funding need. Nangangailangan ng pera. So interest on the balances of the pool participants is charged or paid in accordance with the pooling agreement. No? So sinabi nila kanina mayroon silang pooling agreement. As a result of the arrangement in place, M pays less interest to the bank or receives more interest than would have been the case absent the pooling arrangement. So yun yung advantage ng pooling arrangement. A functional analysis shows that M is not subject to credit risk, which remains with the cash pool members. No? So walang credit risk si M, but merely performs a coordination function. So services lang siya. No? Coordination. Furthermore, M is not performing the functions or assuming the risk that a bank would. No? So walang risk si M. Therefore, M would not earn the kind of reward that a bank would earn, such as retaining the interest spread between deposits and loans. Accordingly, M would earn a reward commensurate with the service functions it provides to the pool. So, anong service fee ni M? Mas lower kaysa doon sa bangko, no? Kasi less risk naman siya. Okay. Example to, basahin nyo na yan. Rewarding the cash pool members should be arm's length, no? So, balik lang tayo. Basta transfer pricing yung topic natin. Pag sinabi mo na rewarding the cash pool members, it should be arm's length, no? Cash pooling guarantees. So, ito namang guarantees kung within the group, kailangan yung guarantee fees mo dito are also arm's length, no? Okay. Sino yung magbibigay ng guarantees? Of course, yung member of the group na may assets, no? Hedging, ano naman itong hedging? Ito yung cash management din ito na parang sugal, no? Meron kang asset dito, so may risk yan, so kailangan mag-invest ka dito o gagawa ka ng ibang activities dito para to augment kung ano man yung risk na nandito, makompensate siya dito sa naka-heads mo na other activities. No? So, it will mitigate exposure to risk, no? Kagaya ng foreign exchange or commodity price management. No? Okay. So, anong gagawin dito? The independent entity may decide to assume such risk or hedge against them according to its own policies. Yung mga policies dyan ang companies. So, sa hedging, ano yung mga policies mo? Siyempre, balik ka sa arm's length principle that the payment or charges or fees sa hedging should be arm's length. Okay. Yan, about hedging yan. Financial guarantees, no? Itong financial guarantees, pag member of the groups, it should be properly remunerated also or compensated at arm's length, no? Kasi financial guarantees yan. Economic benefit derived from a financial guarantee. Siyempre, pagka member of the group ka and then bibigyan ka ng guarantee ng parent company mo or ng shareholders mo, nakakautang ka ng mas mataas and mas maganda yung rate, no? So, yun yung economic benefit. Enhancement of the terms of the borrowings. Yes, yung borrowing terms is also hindi mabigat kasi member ka of the group, no? Access to a larger amount of borrowing, that's another advantage pag member ka ng group. Yan ang effect ng group membership. Okay. So, financial capacity of the guarantor. Siyempre, guarantor ka. Ano bang trabaho ng guarantor? Yung guarantor ang magbabayad ng utang ng company pag hindi siya nakabayad. So, ano dapat? Si guarantor should have a financial capacity. What if si company na nangutang, no, the borrower cannot pay? Walang financial capacity si guarantor. So, how can the guarantor pay? So, dapat meron siyang financial capacity. And usually, sino yun? The parent company. So, si parent company, karamihan, nandun sa kanya yung maraming assets, nandun sa kanya yung cash. So, kayang-kaya niya to guarantee, no? So, determining the arm's length price of guarantees, no? So, kasi ang guarantee, kasi may bayad din yan. Once na nag-guarantee sa iyo yung parent company, mag-charge siya ngayon ng guarantee fees. Why? Kasi risk din yung ginagawa niya. So, how much is the proper charges for the guarantee fees? No? Kaya dito nakalagay how to determine the arm's length price for guarantees. No? Okay. So, where a guarantee is found to be appropriate, accurate delineation of actual transaction indicates the purported guarantee is not a guarantee. Yun na lang. Kasi sometimes, transfer pricing, we are after of substance. So, sinabi mo niya na guarantee to. Pero, in substance, hindi naman siya guarantee. No? So, anong gagawin doon? You have to reclassify the transactions. No? So, any other transfer pricing situation, the selection of the most appropriate method should be consistent with the actual transaction. No? So, actual transaction talaga, ano ba yung actual na transaction. Bakit mo sinabi na guarantee fee yan? No? And paano mo siya malaman? Through functional analysis. Okay. So, functional analysis, and then you can use also the CAP method. Bakit CAP method palagi dito ginagamit sa financial transactions? Kasi ano to ang, ang pinag-uusapan dito is interest, the cost of money. So, ano yun? Price. No? So, kaya CAP method, comparable uncontrolled price method. Hindi mo naman dito makompare ang gross profit. No? Kasi interest lang pinag-uusapan. Okay. Yield approach. Ano yung yield approach? Magkano kikitain ng pera mo, ng pinautang mo, no? So, the approach quantifies the benefit that the guaranteed party receives from the guarantee in terms of lower interest rates, no? So, ano yung yield approach? Yung kikitain ng pera mo kasi maliit lang yung interest sinarge sa iyo dahil nga dun sa effect ng guarantee, no? So pagka may guarantor kasi, less risk yung nagpapautang kaya bababa niya yung interest rate, no? So the method calculates the spread between the interest rate that would have been payable by the borrower without the guarantee. Oh, so without the guarantee, mataas yung interest rate because high risk ang nagpautang. And the interest rate payable with the guarantee. No? Kaya, imamats mo ngayon, nagbayad ka ng guarantee fee mo, magkano ba yung natipid mo naman dun sa interest, no? Na binigay sa iyo. Okay. Cost approach. No? So, to quantify the additional risk borne by the guarantor by estimating the value of the expected loss. Ito mga very specific na to na study about the financial transactions, no? So siguro itong mga study na to, especially kung malalaki na talaga yung mga pautang, no? So this will come in. And kung malaki talaga yung issues sa transfer pricing, no? Kasi yung nangyari yung case ng Pepsi Cola, Puerto Rico, 1980s yun eh. So, wala pang ano dito, wala pang transfer pricing guidance on financial transactions. Kasi kung meron na, iba yung magiging resulta or decision ng court, no? Kasi lahat ng guidance nandito na eh. So, madali na lang siya i-resolve. But noon, sobrang hirap i-resolve. Why? Kasi wala naman silang guidance. Kung alam nila na may issue, pero how to resolve it, mahihirapan sila because there is no guidance. Kagaya ngayon na meron na. So, sundan mo lang yung guide, i-resolve mo na yung issues. Okay. Valuation of expected loss, no? Approach. Ano yung expected loss approach? Valuation of expected loss method would estimate the value of a guarantee on the basis of calculating the probability of default and making adjustment to account for the expected recovery rate in the event of default. Sa expected loss approach, ini-expect mo na hindi makabayad, no? Yung probability of default. So this would then be applied to the nominal amount guaranteed to arrive at the cost of providing the guarantee. So pagka hindi makabayad, anong mangyayari doon sa guarantor? Siyempre, lugi siya. So the guarantee could then be priced based on the expected return on this amount of capital based on commercial pricing model such as the capital asset pricing model. Alam nyo, pag ikaw yung guarantor, napakalaking risk mo rin eh. So what if hindi nakabayad yung company na ginagaranti mo? Ikaw na guarantor ang magbayad. Eh hindi na nga nakabayad doon sa pinagkautangan niya, how much more sa iyo na guarantor, no? So, sinong malulugi? The guarantor. Capital support method. Capital support method may be suitable where the difference between the guarantors and borrower's risk profiles could be addressed by introducing more capital to the borrower's balance sheet. No? So, sino yung mangungutang dito? The borrower. So, dagdagan niya yung capital sa kanyang balance sheet, no? It would be first necessary to determine the credit rating for the borrower without the guarantee. And then to identify the amount of additional notional capital required to bring the borrower up to the credit rating of the guarantor. So, kung dagdagan mo yung asset mo para tumaas yung credit rating ng company, no? Kasi ang guarantor, maganda na yung kanyang credit rating. The guarantee could then be priced based on an expected return on this amount of capital to the extent that the expected return so used appropriately reflects only the result of consequences of the provision of the guarantee rather than the overall activities of the guarantor enterprise. Pinaganda nila yung balance sheet ng borrower. So what happened? Tumaas yung kanyang credit rating. So pag tumaas yung credit rating, bababa yung interest rate mo. No? Unlike yung mababa yung interest rating, high risk yung magpapautang. So since high risk ang magpapautang, dagdagan niya ngayon, taasan niya yung interest. No? Okay, so meron tayong example 1 dito. But since kaya pa ng oras natin, 7 minutes na lang no? Okay. So, pwede pa. Company M, the parent entity of the M&E Group, maintains AAA credit rating. No? AAA. Mataas yan. Kahit yung sa mga AAA na accreditation sa PICA, mataas na yung AAA. No? Based on the strength of the M&E Group's consolidated balance sheet. So, Company D, a member of the same M&E Group, has a credit rating of only BBB. No? So, mas mababa on a standalone basis and needs to borrow 10 million euros from an independent lender. So assume that the accurate delineation of the actual transaction shows that the effect of passive association raises company D's credit standing from BBB to A. So since member siya nung group, tumaas yung credit rating niya from B naging A. And that the provision of the explicit guarantee additionally enhances the credit standing of company D. So tumaas yung kanyang credit rating, no? Kasi nag-guarantee pa sa kanya si M, no? So tumaas siya lalo, naging AAA na rin. So assume further that the independent lenders charge an interest rate of 8% to entities with a credit rating of A, 6% to entities with a credit rating of AAA. So may 2% na kaagad na difference, no? Pagka mataas ang credit rating mo, 6% lang. Pag medyo mababa ng konti, 8%. So 2% ang difference. Assume further that Company M charges Company D a fee of 3% for the provision of the guarantee. So the guarantee fees more than completely offset the benefit of companies' enhanced credit standing derived from the provision of such guarantee. Lugi pa siya, no? Si 8%, yung interest, ginawang 6% kasi sa because of the guarantee of Company M. Pero nag-charge naman si Company M ng 3%. Pero hindi natin alam anong basis ng 3%, no? So, pero kung ang 3% is the amount of the loan, lugi pa siya, no? Kasi 2% lang yung na-save niya Okay. In that situation, the analysis under Chapter 1 may indicate that an independent enterprise borrowing under the same conditions as Company D would not be expected to pay a guarantee fee of 3% to Company M for the provision of the hindi arm's length. Hindi arm's length ang charging. Why? 2% lang yung napakinabangan niya tapos mag-charge siya ng 3%. So, hindi arm's length. No? Okay. So, example 2, basahin nyo na po yan. And then, sa insurance na tayo, no? Mabilis na lang to. Captive insurance, what do you mean by captive insurance? May case na rin tayo dito na na-discuss Ito yung captive insurance na meron siyang bad experience, no? Yung company na yun. Meron siyang bad experience sa kanyang insurance company. Why? Kasi in-insure niya yung kanyang building, for a certain amount. Ngayon, nung nagkaroon ng tornado, bumagsak yung kanyang atip ng building, binayaran siya 2,000 lang, no? So, yung nagastos niya para ibalik yung atip ng building niya is 25,000. So, 2,000 lang, kahit nagreklamo siya, 2,000 lang talaga binigay sa kanya. So, since bad experience na yung insurance di maasahan, anong ginawa niya? Nag-put up siya ng sarili niyang insurance, no? Uh, Nagpagawa siya ng sariling insurance. So, captive insurance. Why? Kasi sarili mong insurance company, tapos ang ini-insure ikaw din. Kaya ang tawag dyan, captive insurance. No? Anong transfer pricing issues dyan sa captive insurance? Yung transfer pricing issue doon sa case na yun na hindi ito dinisallow ng uh, tax authority yung kanyang insurance. Tinax siya as ordinary company. No? Bakit? Kasi hindi na-conform yung kanyang mga ginagawa sa policy ng insurance company. No? Kagaya yung mga premium payment niya. Pero mo, iba-ibang klase ng uh, mga happenings, ng mga loss, pare-pareho lang yung premium. No? So, hindi na ayos. And then, nag-claim siya ng exemption, pati yung exemption na disallow. And yung company na ginawa niya na captive insurance was taxed as an ordinary corporation. No? So, yun ang nangyayari. Kasi dapat, paggawa insurance company, all the laws, rules, and regulations of an insurance company, dapat sundin mo. Eh, doon pa lang sa determination ng premium, hindi na niya sinunod. No? Okay. So, definition and rationale for a captive insurance and reinsurance. No? So, mahaba yan. Aralin nyo yan, yung rationale for captive insurance and reinsurance. That is also a very, very good topic, especially if later on magkakaroon kayo ng mga transfer pricing study, transfer pricing analysis of an insurance company. No? Alam nyo, ang insurance company is very volatile. No, ibig sabihin ng volatile, magalaw yan. No? And then very risky. Lalo na dito sa Pilipinas. Accurate delineation of captive insurance and reinsurance. No? So may, sabi ko na nga sa inyo, may case na tayo dyan. And then we have the assumption of risk and risk diversification. Ito risk management naman to, no? Pero sa insurance pa rin to. Bakit? Assumption of risk and risk diversification, yun ang risk management mo. Ang answer mo dito is you get an insurance. No? Yun ang ano mo, ang gagawin mo na steps in order to manage the risk. No? So, kumuha ka ng insurance. No? That is risk and risk diversification. Assumption of the economically significant risk. So, when there is a risk, you have to assume that and through insurance, no? So, ang sino ang mag-a-assume ng risk? The insurance. Kaya ka nga kumuha ng insurance. Para pag nangyari yung risk, the insurance will be answerable. Okay, outsourcing the underwriting functions, no? So, doon sa case natin sa captive insurance, meron din doon na in-outsource niya, meron siyang third-party insurance company. No? So, outsourcing the underwriting functions. Okay. So, reinsurance captive fronting. No? So, basahin nyo na lang yan because wala na tayong time. Determining the arm's length price of captive insurance and reinsurance. Yan yung pinaka-importante. Since we're talking of transfer pricing, ano dapat? The price of the captive insurance and reinsurance premium should be arm's length. Eh, doon sa case, kung ano-ano lang ginawa niya doon sa premium, hindi niya inayos. So, anong nangyari? Dinis-allow siya. Kahit may license siya as an insurance company, dinis-allow siya ng tax authority as insurance. No? Pricing of premiums. Ano yun? To make it arm's length, dapat yung premium mo, charge mo sa being an insurance, same also, hindi lalayo dun sa mga other insurance company or independent companies. No? So, combined ratio and return on capital. Okay. Group synergy. This is still on the financial transactions. And then the agency sales. So, mahahaba yung mga yan. Risk-free and risk-adjusted rate of returns. Okay. So, determining a risk-adjusted rate of return. No? Okay. So, you continue with the reading. No, ito yung guidance na binigay namin sa inyo. Ito yung uh, nasa PowerPoint na sinend sa inyo ni Harry. Try to read this para lalo ninyo maintindihan. So more or less now, you have the idea on the transfer pricing issues on the financial transaction. So whatever it is, whatever is the transaction, lagi nyo lang isipin, since this is transfer pricing, yun lang palagi yung tanong nyo. Is the remuneration, the compensation, kahit ano man yan, is at arm's length. No? So, hindi na kayo maliligaw. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much and let's call it a day.